Of the Nelson City Council, I would like to acknowledge and issue a special welcome to Bailey Main, our youth councillor. We pose a challenge for our youth councillors to make sure there's at least something during the course of our deliberations that you engage with. And welcome to the Deputy Mayor. I was getting all nervous without you that I'd make a mess up on the standing orders without you on my shoulder reminding me. Can I ask
me here anyway?
I'll have to get used to the idea after your announcement. Can I ask Councillor Sanson to please open today's meeting with a karakia?
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Kia ora koutou. I'd just first like to acknowledge the impacts of the floods last weekend, particularly the loss of for the friends and family and community of the loss of Peter Lyons, and then all the work that the TDC and NCC staff and civil defence personnel have been doing, and all the volunteers. I've heard that people are going around helping clean up houses, and I know that people are worried about the imminent flood, so I just want to really acknowledge that. Whakataka te hou ki te uru, whakataka te hou ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ke uta, kia mā tara tara ke tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hauhunga, ti hei, mauri ora.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. I have received apologies from Councillor Rainey and Councillor Pakipaki, and I also want to note that Councillor Matty Anderson has an apology for this afternoon with a commitment that he has in supporting our Tasman neighbours. I'm going to move from the chair, the acceptance of those apologies. Thanks, Councillor Rollo, for seconding that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
I do, like Councillor Sanson, want to note that our community is in a state of emergency. Every morning since Friday, I've been having early starts and updates and have circulated the most recent to Council. The biggest worry, and the peak rainfall is expected between 10 and 12 this morning. I do want to give colleagues notice that having a council meeting and during a state of emergency is such that if things really do go to custard, then there is nothing sufficiently urgent on today's agenda that I may, in consultation with you, make a judgment call if things really do get serious, for the Chief Executive and staff to be able to focus on supporting that emergency, and in which event I would adjourn the council meeting. So we're sort of preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. I do, like Councillor Sanson, want to acknowledge the council staff, Mr. Chief Executive, who have been pulling out all stops since last Thursday evening. The bulk of the damage has been in Tasman, but it almost felt a bit like the rivalry between Australia and New Zealand, that when the going gets tough, the strength of that relationship between Nelson and Tasman is very strong, and a very complimentary of the way, Nigel, the two teams from the council have just been hand in glove, forgetting boundaries and just doing what is right for the region as a whole. And I think as a council we should acknowledge that strong level of cooperation for the community's information in preparation for this event that's come through. Council staff and contractors have been out clearing as many of the vulnerable sites in the city, whether it's been out at Hyra, whether it's been Saxton, Orphanage, Stream, Brook and the like, and done as much as they can over the last 3 days to try and manage our impact through the current event. This morning I've been on the phone to the Minister of Emergency Management. He has a helicopter on standby, also Army personnel. And again, I think the real big question for us with this rainfall event is with every one of these, there can be particular valleys and catchments that are very badly affected. What was surprising last Thursday is you can get two rivers like the Wairau right next door to the Waiti, and one with 1 in 50-year floods and one barely making a peak year, including the Maitai, was less than an annual peak. And the key question over the next 48 hours is going to be which particular catchment gets hammered and whether that gets into a territory of people being put at risk. I also want to acknowledge Tasman in the sense that if there's anything in that emergency operations centre we are wanting to do is to protect life. and the accidental death of Peter Lyons was the worst possible news that it has received. And again, the focus today has to be on protection of life as the #1 priority. So I just make those comments and note. So subject to that, I'm going to confirm the order of business as it is, but subject to any changes that may occur during the day. Do any colleagues have any specific interest that they would need to declare with respect to today's agenda? No, if that's the case, we move to public forum, and I invite Simon Duffy and Lucinda Jimson to public forum. We've set aside 10 minutes with the issue of concern you have with respect to homelessness and people on the city streets. Welcome, Simon. Good to have you here. Lucinda?
Morning, councillors. This morning we'd like to talk about what's currently happening on the streets of Nelson, which has been we've actually had for 3 or 4 or 5 years, but just in the last 12 to 24 months, there has been an escalation of people living on our streets. So I'd like to read out this. So it explains how we as businesses and the approach that we wish to come up with solutions or what we think needs to be done. Thank you for your time this morning. I'd like to present and discuss our shared concerns about the well-being of Nelson City, the people who live, work and enjoy everything that the city has to offer. Every city and town in New Zealand faces common challenges. One of the most pressing in the last 12 to 24 months being homelessness here in Nelson. Whether driven by poverty, a shortage of affordable housing, mental health struggles, substance abuse, or relationship breakdowns, those affected remain an integral part of our community. That said, homelessness does have an impact on local businesses and our city. Employees and the wider community who shop, dine or spend time in our city. What we need is a thoughtful long-term solution. What lies ahead to support those who find themselves in those difficult circumstances. In the last 2 weeks, I've spoken to different agencies, have met with the Nelson Area Commander, the MSD, Health Action Trust, and various other people, as well as our business community here in Nelson City. There's a clear consensus. The time to step up and find sustainable solutions for the betterment of Nelson City is now. I was in Wellington 5 or 6 weeks ago at a one-day summit with Wellington City Council, and the police were there, and it was all about development and what can we do within the city and the surrounding suburbs. And at the morning break, one of the policemen, the senior sergeant, came up to me and said, "How's it going in Nelson?" And explained we have 1 or 2, sometimes half a dozen. And he did say, the mistake we made is we didn't get onto it early, supporting these people on the streets of Wellington. He said it's difficult, but he says you need to be front foot forward and do it now. So that's what I brought back from that conference. The solution isn't an individual one. It requires collective partnerships. This includes the support from housing or women development, government funding for community housing, initiatives like the First Housing through the Salvation Army, and working together collectively with the organisations such as the Mail Room and the Council. And I'd like to make it really clear, as I said, these people are part of our community. It's not about moving them on, it's about moving them up and helping these people. But it is starting to impact the city. So I have Lucinda from the museum and Tracy from Mariposa Clothing and Shoes, just to explain how it's impacting their businesses, themselves personally, and their staff. But once again, I do come back to that partnership. The council can't do it alone, the police can't do it alone. It has to be a collective approach, and for our people to be looked after. I'd like to hand across to Lucinda first, just to have a chat.
Kia ora, thank you, Simon, and also I'd like to acknowledge the support that we have had from Simon and Uniquely Nelson and the police over this period. As you know, I'm Chief Executive of Nelson Provincial Museum, which is the epicentre of some of these and indeed a lot of these issues. Can I just start today by saying that I, our team and our board have enormous empathy for those individuals who are living outside the museum and whatever circumstances that have happened in their lives that have brought them to sleeping outside on the streets of Nelson in one of the wettest and coldest winters in memory. But I'm here today to talk to you about the impacts that the associated behaviours are having on our staff, our visitors, our volunteers and our contractors. And there are a number of aspects I'd like to discuss. Firstly, the impact on our outside seating, where many people gather and have lunch in the sunshine. Not today, obviously. As you know, the museum has a large and visible presence on Hardy Street and a huge amount of footfall and drivers going past us every day. We're supporting the work of our friends at NRDA by profiling their regional campaign in these windows. Images of people smoking, taking drugs and urinating in front of those images does not help the message they're trying to send out. You will recall Nelson Jewellery Week when we hosted artist Kerry May Zagrabelna and her installation referencing taonga worn by her ancestor Mirinako, including the heitiki that the museum cares for on behalf of the Park whānau. We had visitors from around the world come to this installation in the Hardy Street windows, but many of the visitors who came to see felt unsafe because of the behaviour that was happening in those very windows, and they couldn't engage with those very special artworks, and that does not honour the taonga of mana whenua iwi in the way that the taonga deserves. We've had our contracted graphic artists installing murals in our windows. They've been prevented from doing their jobs by people refusing to move. This costs us money. Our cleaners haven't been able to clean our property for the same reason. Secondly, this is having a massive impact on our visitors. People cross the road rather than walk on our side of the street, and they're not coming in. Our front entrance reeks of urine. This Monday just past, a family was afraid to leave the museum and 2 staff escorted them across the road. It impacts our tamariki. The museum should be a fun and a safe place to visit, not a place to be afraid of. In the last month, a group of children from Victory School were sitting on our benches waiting for their education session, and a group of men were blowing marijuana smoke over them. Our children deserve better. Finally, our staff deserve better too. We work in museums because we are passionate about sharing our culture and heritage. We're not employed and nor are we trained to be security guards, support workers or nurses, but in recent weeks we've had to been called on to do all those things. Last week an intoxicated person was very unwell on the pavement. While we waited almost an hour for an ambulance, our arts educator cared for that person to stop them hitting their head on the concrete while they were vomiting, urinating and soiling themselves. Our staff and our contractors are afraid as the level of aggression that we've seen in the last few weeks are unprecedented. Last night, our cleaner told us that she's scared to leave the museum after work. Several of our team, including myself and neighbouring businesses, have watched large quantities of money surreptitiously changing hands. For whatever reason, I can only speculate. I saw an incident and reported it to police. That same afternoon, my car was prevented from leaving the alleyway next to the museum, while the man that I had reported yelled in my face. I now have to park elsewhere because they know my vehicle. Our team and our visitors can't continue to bear the brunt of these behaviours. While we have absolute sympathy for everybody in this situation, it's not a good outcome for either them or the museum to have them living on the streets. Thank you.
I can be brief because I think our time is coming close, but I'm Tracy Brignoli from Mariposa. So I have a store on Trafalgar Street and on Hardy Street. We moved into Trafalgar Street 18 months ago. And during that time, we've had to, and our staff basically are starting in the evenings to feel unsafe when they're leaving the store. There's the gathering sizes of groups are making them feel a little bit intimidated, and we're regularly having feedback from customers as well. Very often marijuana is being smoked outside the store, the smell's wafting in. There's just a general sense of we're having to deal with things when we're trying to run our business on the inside, and there's an impact to the mental health of some of my staff who are specifically asking not to work at the end of the day. I can keep it brief if we're getting short of time, but there's just an impact. I'm escorting people to their cars. They don't walk alone if they're leaving about 5:30 at the end of the day. We're just feeling a little bit unsafe with the coming and going due to the increased sort of group size and feeling just a lack of safety and intimidation.
Thank you, and thank you to the three of you for bringing to attention a very real community issue and the examples you give. Could I ask the first question, and that is that the primary issues that you have brought to our attention relate to the responsibilities of police, where a number of the instances you have given are offences. What is the level of response that you have had from the police? I know that our council staff are meeting with the police next week, and I want to then to be able to convey, following on from your presentation, the concern of council about ensuring that our city is safe. So what sort of response have you had from the police to the sort of instances that you've outlined this morning?
From my experience in the last couple of weeks, the police have been really responsive. They have given me a private contact number as well, and one of the individuals has been trespassed, and we have seen them outside the museum, but I do realise there's there are limitations, but they have been very supportive, so thank you to them.
Those emails that I passed on to you and Rohan 3 weeks ago, and you passed them on to Steve Collins, he was on the phone to some of those retailers straight away. And I met with him for an hour about 2.5 weeks ago. He's very supportive. And we talked about really there's a partnership that needs to be between ourselves, the different organisations or government departments, to actually, and he did stress one thing was if an offence has been committed or something's happening, to phone it in and to get as much evidence as possible. And there's a certain thing with some of the retailers if they don't want to make a statement. So that's probably up to us. So when retailers, if you're phoning in, and you want to step forward, you need to lay a complaint, or if you've got video as you have, to send it on to them so they can follow up.
Are you collectively satisfied at the level of street patrols that our police are doing in our central city?
I did emphasise that to Steve. He said we've increased our patrols. I put that out to some other business around town and they hadn't really noticed it. There's a certain timing, and there's probably another meeting with Steve, is they start to gather, I'd say especially outside the museum, from 4 o'clock through to 5 o'clock. And last night I drove past, there's 6 of them there and their bedding's being set up. So they come in, sometimes they leave their stuff there, then they wander off for the day. But it's, like I come back to that partnership. This is not a solution for the police alone or us alone.
Thanks, Simon. Councillor Sanson?
Thanks, Mayor Nick. May I make a comment rather than a question around where our community partnerships team is at with the housing task force?
I'm pretty relaxed. We're starting the good day. The only thing I've just got to be careful of is everybody comes in with a comment, we can get time away. So yeah, brief comments entirely appropriate, Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Thanks for your presentation, and I'm really sorry to hear about the impact it's having. Steve Stiles, who's the community partnerships lead at council, is with the support of the Community Housing Acceleration Task Force, is focused on this issue, and we have committed funding to it to increase the partnership with the mailroom, but also the kind of broader collaboration with all of the agencies. So I wonder if I might suggest that Steve Stiles gets in touch with you and you have a meeting with him so you can hear directly from him where things are at, and you may have some suggestions that would be really valuable to feed into that approach.
Councillor Rollo, then Councillor Beach.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, and good morning, team. In terms of staffing levels, often retailers and businesses in Nelson over the winter have less staff on during the week. Have you had to increase staffing levels at the moment due to the simple safety of your staff opening the doors in the morning and closing the doors at night? What's that experience been like? Firstly, you two businesses, but also Simon, from what you're hearing about from other businesses.
We definitely, in the past, would have had less staff on at the end of the day. In winter, it definitely gets much quieter. But now, as a general rule, we make sure that there's a buddy system. So we are having extra staff than financially we need to keep our staff safe.
And we have 2 people on in the museum at all times. We have a rule that we can't be there if there are less than 2 people, just in terms of safety.
Thank you. Councillor Benge.
Thank you. You say you had someone trespassed. What does that mean? Are they just trespassed from your business? They can't be trespassed from the street, can they?
No. So the trespass notice is effective from where the museum canopy overhangs.
So if someone's trespassed, because there's a fair chance they don't give a toss, I mean, what happens next?
I don't know. Sorry.
So
I wish I
it
could
doesn't really help anything, does it?
Mm.
Okay. Thank you.
The Chief Executive wished to make a comment.
I really appreciate you coming in. And look, Simon, I completely agree with you. We can't let this get out of hand in this city. It's really important it doesn't. We've seen it happen in other cities. Look, I've instructed my team to enforce the bylaw to its full effect. But of course, we have very few powers in terms of what we do. We can prosecute, but what good does that do? So look, this is a complex, multi-agency problem. We are talking to our other agencies constantly. We're having another meeting next week. I can assure you as Chief Executive, I don't want this to get out of hand. I don't want beggars in the street, people living in the CBD. We want to provide alternate solutions. It's not easy to do. We're wanting to do as much as we possibly can, and we're on it. And I really appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, Nigel. It's good to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Skinner.
Thank you for that. And, I've had some conversations with yourselves and even up to 2 weeks ago with the community police officer on that issue. They raised to me, which I'd passed on to the Mayor and CEO, in regards to a blind spot on Trafalgar Street, so they can, and a lot of these things that occur, if they can catch it or on camera or see it, they can come down and attend to it. And talking to the travel house on the corner there, and the 2 clothing shops just down from them, and talking with their landlord, they are supportive of the camera above there. And that was the solution, speaking to the police community officer on that. So I do take this opportunity to reiterate to our Mayor and Deputy and our CEO, if we could reconsider that funding of that camera. But my question to you guys, would that, talking to those retailers, it seems to be a good solution. Talking to police, it's a must do. Would you be in agreement with that if we had a camera there, whether we funded it, if we reconsidered the funding of that, or an organisation funded it? Would that be great benefit, or do you think that's not going to have any impact?
Any cameras anywhere is a benefit for the enforcement for the police, because they always ask, have you got evidence? Have you got something we can actually go on? We can't go on hearsay. Did you get a photograph? So, yes, to be encouraged as much as possible. But that's any initiative like that. But for us, I think as a business community and as a city, I go back to the partnership. Short term, more boots on the ground, community constable out and about, and any other initiatives that you just mentioned there, Tim. But I do through the partnership we have unity, and through that we have strength as a community.
And just following on that, I mean, I've caught people selling drugs to people on there, and I've told them to bloody well bugger off. It's not welcome here. And I've told the people that are receiving it, what the hell are you doing? And I put that to the shop owners. Said, it's enough of us said that, but quite understandably, they drew to my concern and understand now, as soon as they do that, their shop gets a tough time. And I realised what the problem really is. As much as I can tell them, these people to bugger off, enough people on the street, the shops end up taking the hit. So they daren't confront. So once again, I reiterate, cameras will give an opportunity for police to go, right, we've seen it, record it, done, removed. Those people are selling the drugs there, those people are hanging around there, those people are breaking the rule, but until then, it's very difficult. Thank you.
Can I, on behalf of Council, thank you for taking the initiative of coming to public forum and presenting to us today. There is nothing like having practical examples from real businesses and community organisations to highlight the issue and make sure we take action. From my perspective, it is totally unacceptable that retail workers and people like the head of our museum are feeling unsafe in our central city. And in my view, we're going to need to take a firmer approach on the enforcement as well as the compassionate approach. Can I compliment the Chief Executive and the staff on the new contract that's been entered into with the mailroom, as was indicated by Councillor Sanson, in providing a proactive contract for people to be supported off the street and into sustainable housing. But equally, we are going to have to lift to our enforcement. I am interested in Councillor Skinner's suggestion around cameras. Enforcement primarily rests with police. Council staff are meeting with police next week. Mr. Chief Executive, I would like to check in with police as to whether additional security cameras would help get on top of the problem. I think, Simon, you hit the nail on the head when you said other cities around New Zealand and internationally have this problem. And if we let it get out of hand, it has got the capacity to do huge damage to the reputation of our central city. Better for us to get on top of it when it is at a lesser scale. So again, on behalf of Council, thank you for coming to present today.
Thank you very much.
Come to the minutes of the meeting of the 5th of June and would want them confirmed. I'm happy to move from the chair that the minutes that have been circulated of 5 June be confirmed as a true and correct record. Is someone prepared to second that? Thank you, Councillor Courtney. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no. That is carried. We come to the minutes of the meeting on the 12th of June. This was the meeting where we deliberated on the freedom camping bylaw and the climate change strategy. Is someone prepared to move the adoption of those? Thank you, Councillor Stallard. Seconded by Councillor Rollo. Is there any discussion? I then put confirming those as a true and correct record. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. We come to the Treasury Management Policy, including liability management and investment. That has come from our Finance and Audit Committee on page 21 of the agenda. Does anybody have any questions that they wish to raise about the recommendations in the adoption of this Treasury Management Policy? Councillor Sanson?
If there's no questions, I'm happy to move the adoption.
Thank you, Councillor Sanson. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor. I'll take the Deputy Mayor with 2 members of Finance, Audit and Risk. That's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We come to the Mayor's report on page 58. The first issue I would want to bring to councillors' attention in my report is the very successful meeting that myself, Councillor Anderson and Councillor Brand had with the directly affected community last week on the significant project to upgrade the stop banks and flood protection in the Upper Maitai catchment in that area of Clouston Bridge and Hanby Park. Somewhat ironic that a couple of days later we're having another storm event and testing it. The key parts of that project that I would draw to councillors' attention is the skilled work of our council officers, and I particularly want to call out Toby for the work that he has done on that project. The very substantive support that we're getting from government, a 60% level of subsidy. The last really big support that we got was for the Saxton Creek upgrade, where we received a 20% level of support. So a 60% level of support is very significant. And the third part that's significant for me is that we have been challenged as an organisation over the last 3 years in doing the fix from the August 22 event, and we've now got the opportunity to get on with some of these key projects that will improve the resilience of the area. And so very proud of that piece of work. I don't know whether Councillor Brand or Anderson, who were at the meeting, wish to comment further after I finish my oral comments on the report. But in my view, there is a huge improvement in the resilience of that area. parts of that area overstock top stock banks in a 1 in 5 year event. As a consequence of this investment of $6 million, we bring that area up to a 1 in 100 year. And that is a huge improvement in the level of resilience of that community. The second item in my Mayor's report is with respect to the very big issue for our city, and that is the future of the Nelson Marlborough Institute of Technology. I brought this to the attention of council on a number of occasions. We are really at crunch point. My understanding is that the Cabinet will be making a decision on whether NMIT will be a standalone entity or not this month. I do want to put on record that the Olivia Hall, who's the head of our Polytech, in my view, has done an outstanding job for this community and taking some really tough decisions to get NMIT in the best possible position. The legislation that I'm seeking retrospective approval for reinforces the position, and there's been a very strong team approach across the top of the South with the Marlborough Council and the Tasman Council, the 8 iwi and the 4 business organisations doing a collective job to advocate as strongly as we can. This is sort of our last opportunity to reinforce that position with this submission. The bill was introduced after our last council meeting, and so as a consequence, I'm seeking retrospective approval for a submission that's near identical to the previous letter that was sent on behalf of this council last year. There is no change in what we are seeking, and the oral submission will be next Thursday. And like I say, I'm expecting a decision on that before the end of the month. The third item in my Mayor's report, and I'm happy to take questions after I've covered the 3, Councillor Courtney, is that at the instigation of Councillor Sanson, there is a submission to the Department of Conservation's Predator-Free 2050 strategy. What Councillor Sanson highlighted was that this council, this term, has done very good work in recognising the risks that cats pose to our native biodiversity. Changes were made and approved by this council to the pest management strategy for the wider region. We've also implemented a new cat bylaw that I think came into effect this week on the 1st of July. And the point that is highlighted in the submission is that with us having such a large dock estate within the region, if what we're doing with the city and the bylaw, what we're doing in the wider privately owned area, it makes sense for DOC to be on board as well, because species don't recognise the differences to what's private property and what is DOC estate. So can I compliment Councillor Sanson on her initiative in preparing the submission? Again, it closed before the time of this council meeting, thus requiring the retrospective approval. It was circulated to councillors and there was broad support for us lodging it. Very happy to take any questions on the Mayor's report, starting with Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I have a few words to say on the NMIT issue in your report, and I most certainly support the retrospective submission that you put through to central government. No question about that. The NMIT has deep community roots within this region, dating back over 100 years. And the approval of the Nelson Marlborough Institute of Technology, NMIT, as a standalone polytechnic is absolutely crucial for our city and the wider region, for economic reasons, for social reasons, and educational future for this region. Having locally governed NMIT, in my view, boosts our city's vitality by attracting both domestic and international students whose presence in the city supports local businesses, creates jobs, and injects significant economic activity into this community and, of course, the wider region. Mayor, I want, though, in this moment afforded me, and I need to make the point, that for many residents, NMIT is the only practical route to tertiary education, especially for those who cannot relocate due to family or financial constraints. Maintaining the local polytechnic ensures that upskilling and higher qualifications remain accessible to all who may wish to seek them. In return, this helps to raise incomes and reduce unemployment in this region. Mayor Nick, the importance of retaining this educational institution cannot be overstated, because education is the power to almost everything, from increased production on the one hand to a more satisfying way of life on the other. So, Mayor Nick, I strongly support your submission, and I hope, above hope, that it's successful.
Councillor Courtney, on the basis of that speech, would you be prepared to second my motion to adopt the Mayor's report?
I would, yes.
What I'd like to do is Councillor Courtney has jumped the gun a little bit and moved into what I consider the debate. Are there any questions on my Mayor's report? And then we'll, with my mover and Councillor Courtney seconding, then move on to any debate on it. Any questions? And I want to be pretty relaxed about comments as well. Councillor Brand and then Councillor Rollo.
Actually, it's a comment. And it's not a question, but it is about the Mai Tai area that you mentioned at the start. And I appreciate that you thanked Alec and Toby, who have put in, and the team from Nelson City Council have put in quite an amazing amount of work to work through what we've got. But I also want to recognise Tonkin and Taylor, who took a lot of time and focus in finding the solution. And what resulted is that the residents of that area responded really positive to the solution that has been landed on after various models and approaches have been reviewed to ensure that the plan is really robust and sustainable. And they looked at the predicted water flows, the flood risk, sediment models, erosion, deposition patterns, ecological models, and also to assess the aims to find that balanced solution. So that reduces the future flood risk, it supports the ecosystem recovery, and it also protects the community assets. So I really want to acknowledge all the hard work that went in, because the first model, and I think Councillor Afati would agree that first model that we looked at was a bit daunting. And so the fact of where we've landed after looking through quite a number of different ways, and Tonkin and Taylor and our team coming to that this is the best outcome for the future to reduce down and create resilience and sustainability, is great. And the residents in the community were very much on board with where they landed. So I just want to acknowledge that.
The one thing I would say, and all good comments, Councillor Brand, what I was very pleasantly surprised, and it was good, Councillor Brand, for you to acknowledge Tonkin and Taylor, in developing that solution for the Upper Mai Tai. My preliminary view was it was going to be very disruptive for a number of property owners, and we may well have been put into a position of having to purchase properties under the Public Works Act that we know is all very messy. What I particularly welcome in their work, Councillor Brand, is that we've been able to come up with a solution that gives us 1 in 100-year protection for that community, and we're not having to take people's homes from them to be able to do it. And that combination of flood walls, stock banks, and digging out the river channel provides a solution without that disruption. And I'm sure you, like I, welcome that solution. Any other questions or comments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rowley was next.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. And I just wanted to acknowledge and asking the question at the start of thank you for putting on the morning tea for our volunteers. I note that our community is based on volunteers, and I think all of us around this table know the impact that volunteer groups have on our community. So thank you very much for putting that on. And I just wanted to go off track a little bit, but I'm sure you'll indulge me with the weather that we have today around. There's been a lot of talk around a rain radar required in this this region. And I just wonder, it was reassuring to hear that the minister, when questioned about it this week, knows that it's one of the things that's high on our priority list. But I mean, is there something that we can be doing as a council to get that happening sooner rather than later? It's easy for them to know that it's something we require, but do we need to be writing a letter or petitioning them? Is there something that we can do, because we're having a lot more rain, a lot more of these events, and on a day where we're looking at climate change and flood protection, I think it's something that we really need to be urging them to get on with, not just answering the questions that it's high on the list. And hope you could give us some feedback on that.
Thanks for the question. The events of last week and today just reinforce the point that you have made, and that is the need for the rain radar. I think I've been through, as an elected representative over the last 35 years, about 10 of these events. And the part that's unique to our topography, that even as an engineer studied hydrology, is that you can have one catchment right next door to another, and one gets an average event and one gets a 1 in 100-year event. And in my presence at the Emergency Operations Management Centre, it's really hard to be able to prioritise where we should be doing evacuations or whether we should be focusing crews, not knowing who's getting hit this time. I describe it rather crudely as a bit of a game of Russian roulette with Mother Nature, in the sense that in the last event in August 22, the scale of storms in the Maitai was horrific, as it was in a community like Kokoroa. We didn't know Kokoroa had been so badly hit because their comms and roads were knocked out as well until about 4 or 5 days afterwards. And that's the real benefit of a rain radar. Now, the significant thing that is going on in government, and I think it is a good thing, is that they are merging the Met Service and NIWA. I actually don't think it's helpful for our emergency management team to be getting different forecasts from the two organisations. They have to make decisions, and so I think the government's on the right track with that merger. My hope is that there will be fiscal savings from that may enable practical measures like a rain radar to be invested in. The other anomaly, and I spoke with the Emergency Management Minister, Mark Mitchell, this morning, is that the Met Service, quite surprisingly, sits within the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Transport under the responsibility of the Ministry of Transport. And if you ask why, it dates back to when it was established, including as a consequence of a public meeting in this very city, back in the 1800s, when it was all associated with good forecasts for sailing ships. Well, I'm sorry, life's moved on. The role of the Met Service is far more significant than just organising where our ships might passage. And so I think there is some hope there. We need to continue to lobby. I'm very open to the idea of further writing to the government. Both myself and Minister King wrote 18 months ago. We could further highlight the case. I also need to acknowledge our media that are helping us highlight that need. So a good point's been made. We need to continue the advocacy. It requires a significant capital investment of about $3.5 million. The official position of the Met Service is that a rain radar for the Nelson Tasman area is the next priority in terms of the location of those. They are currently involved in refurbishment of some of the other radar in the other 4 that are in other centres of New Zealand. We just need to get ourselves onto their capital program. Any other questions on the Mayor's report? And I'm being very flexible in comments as well, on the basis that when we come to put the motion, we'll have as fewer comments as possible so we can move on with the agenda. That being the case, the Mayor's report's been moved and seconded by myself and Councillor Courtney. All those in favour of those 2 resolutions, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. It is my thoughts. We've got a very large item next on the agenda with respect to climate change. There is an emergency briefing that's just been concluded. What I'd like to do is just take our 5-minute break now, which will enable us to get a 9:30 update on where the weather's at, and then come back at 9:50. Just a 5-minute break. and we'll move into the climate change paper. Council is adjourned until 9:50. A quick update from the Emergency Operations Centre is that the rainfall's a bit less than what was forecast. So their estimates have come back a little bit, which is good news. The bad news, which does impact on Tasman, is that there has been some course outages, which is affecting some of their communities with about 1,000 customers out of chorus, and they're just trying to get a handle of to what degree that's affected the cell phone network, but associated with slips in the region. We now move to the item on climate change. Welcome, Councillor Paki. Good to have you with us. We understand you're a little under the weather, and feel free to contribute as you need to do so. Invite council officers before us on the climate change strategy, which has been through quite a process, and I want to acknowledge both the chair of the task force, Alan Stellard, Rachel, you and your team for the work that's gone into this. This is a significant item, and I'm going to ask the Chief Executive just to make some opening comments. Then we'll move into questions of our officers about the report before us. It's then my intention, as I previously indicated to councillors, to have a debate between option A and option B, of which each colleague will have a 5-minute opportunity to make a contribution. I'm then going to ask the Chief Executive to do a vote on option A or B. That will then become the substantive motion. We'll then have a second debate on the full package with what either option A or B comes through. It is possible that after we go through the process of selecting option A or B, if people wish to move amendments to the full 5 resolutions, then that is possible, albeit I would like notice from colleagues to be able to manage it in a good process. If you ask me, my ambition on this would be to have a good constructive debate about the different options, but also there is a strong will amongst all elected members around getting this right, and for us, if we could, to get a consensus on the final adoption of the strategy. Is there any questions that any colleagues have on the process? Councillor Rollo?
Yeah, Nick, I just want to get a point of clarification. I think there's 12 of us here today. In the event that we have a 6-all tie on option A and B, what's the process from that?
You are going to collectively save me from that, and I will get some, before we get to that point, the Chief Executive will get some advice as to normally what happens when there is a draw is that the status quo prevails. That's a little bit difficult in this scenario, and so I will think about it. Let's hope that we can get a cleaner outcome than that on the options. So I'm going to hand over to Nigel to make some comments, and then we'll move through that process. I do intend to take some time on this item because it is a significant document in setting up our strategy to the issue of climate change as a council over the next decade. To the Chief Executive.
Look, and I appreciate Councillor Rollo's introduction of some complexity to this area. Look, in my 2.5 years in this role, I think this is one of the most complex papers and most important papers that we're bringing to this council. Look, it's my job to ensure that you as governors have got the best possible advice to make the best possible on decisions and make policy that's affordable and deliverable. So I do note that there's a note of caution from me around how we proceed in this space. Look, I've got some amazing staff in the climate change space, and so one of them is away abroad and is dialing in. I'm not sure what time it is, Daniela, over there, but it's but they do some amazing work and they understand this stuff way more than I do. MFE have got 200 staff in this space, and they are working on some stuff, and they don't always have the right answers. So I encourage you as governors to really take time to ask the team some questions, to understand what it is we're signing up to, and to make sure that we make the best decisions we possibly can. Look, there's no question climate change is a real and present danger. We're hearing it right now. We saw it last weekend. We're getting more and more weather events, and we've got to take this seriously. In my view, we've got to do as much as we possibly can as a council to start making a difference. The methane capture at the landfill was fantastic and has made a real difference. We need to get the diesel out of the climatorium. We're going to go to RFP for some solar panels, and get the return of investment is a no-brainer. So we've got to do all those things. We need to get more cars off the road. You know, can we do something during the school? If you've noticed driving in this couple of weeks, it's much easier to drive around the city. So we need a much better bus system maybe for the school transport. So we need to do those practical things that are going to make a real difference. But I would caution you as governors to not sign up to something that has no clear plan and no clear budget to deliver a change. And if we bite off more than we can chew, there's a danger we don't bite off anything. So I would say have some caution in terms of setting a target that is deliverable and as realistic. So I want you to ask the questions of the team, really understand what it is you're signing up to. Is it affordable for this council, for this city, and where are we heading in this really critical space? So that's my start. And Nikki, you might want to follow on.
Thank you. Look forward to you presenting the paper, Nikki.
Look, I was actually just going to say what an exciting day it was to be adopting our first ever climate change strategy. And I know that there are, a discussion to have around targets, but really I think staff are keen to get that done so we can get on with the implementing. But I'll hand over to Rachel just to talk to a couple of points.
Yeah, and just to echo Nikki's comments, today we'll come away with hopefully option A or B, which is fantastic. But whichever target we adopt, we know we need to do a significant amount more than we're already doing to meet it. So I will take the report as read and happy to take questions on it. There's just one addition or amendment to a recommendation that I'd like to table. So if you see up on the screen under option B, A, it reads gross reduction of all emissions excluding biogenic methane and we've revised that to be 58% by 2035, equivalent to an average reduction of 8.3% per year. So that was originally an error in our calculation, and the reason for that is because we were taking the pathway of the IPCC's recommendation of 43%, but their pathway ended at 2030, and the pathway is extrapolated out to 2035, which is why it is equal to 58%, not 43%. What we've consulted on in the discussion document is still accurate. We still consulted on an average of 8.3% reduction per year, so that's still correct. It's just what that total figure is, and we've added that into the resolution. So yeah, there's not much more to say really, other than that today Council's been asked to adopt one of the two community emissions reduction targets, and also to adopt a new council emissions reduction target of 43% reduction in gross emissions from transport and energy by 2030. And just to echo the Mayor's comments, there's a huge amount of work that has gone into developing the strategy. And I want to particularly acknowledge the work of the Climate Change Advisory Group, a group that we assembled made up of community representatives and climate change experts who oversaw and inputted into the development of the strategy. The Climate Change Task Force has had a huge amount of input with discussions on an almost monthly basis to develop the content. And then we got a great amount of input from the public through our consultation period, which ran for 6 weeks. And throughout that, we had 25 events attended by over 500 people. And on social media, we reached over 77,000 people. And the result of that was 95 submissions that were received, but also much greater awareness in the community on climate change and the climate change strategy. I'll leave it there, and we're happy to take any questions.
Just for the information of colleagues, both myself and Councillor Stella had a discussion with the officials over the 58% figure, and we just wanted to make sure that that was correct. And can I thank Councillor Stella for your work in getting that into a good space. So open for questions. Look, I'm going to start with a very direct one. And that is with option B, seeking an 8.3% reduction in emissions per year, do we know of any city or any country in the world that's been able to reduce its emissions by over 8% per year?
Unfortunately, the answer to that is no, which doesn't mean to say that we can't be the first, but no. Copenhagen is probably the best example, and they're nearing net zero already. But there's no examples within New Zealand of cities that have reduced at that same level.
The three examples I am aware of that are amongst the stars in climate change have been able to achieve about 2.5%, including Copenhagen. They have done it by replacing their coal-generated power with natural gas, and that's a big step forward. Would you not accept that our challenge in Nelson, like most countries that have a very high proportion of renewable energy, have got a more difficult job in getting emissions down than those that can get those big reductions from converting from coal to gas?
Yeah, that's correct. There's no real big easy wins for us.
Thank you.
Quick wins.
Councillor Courtney, and then I'll go to Youth Councillor May.
Thank you, Nick. Through to Councillor Pemberton, Officer Pemberton, not Councillor. Rachel, our Chief Executive just said a moment ago that one of the things he's eager to see is cars off the road. So, and I couldn't agree more with him. And I just want to know where transport is sitting in the plan as far as priorities go, because I can envisage a partnership with schools and businesses and really making an impact there of, say, half of what we require. So could you just comment on that, please?
Yeah, Councillor Courtney, you're right. Transport is the biggest contributor of emissions, so should be one of the areas that is the highest priority. It's transport is responsible for 62% of Nelson's emissions. We received a lot of feedback through public consultation on the importance of transport measures, and one of the changes we've made between the draft and the final is to highlight that transport in particular, as well as working with businesses who contribute a significant portion of emissions too, are key priority areas in the strategy. So previously we'd be kind of silent on the priority areas, but the change to the final is that that sector in particular is highlighted as a priority area.
Great.
Youth Councillor May.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Kia ora. I apologise if this was outlined in the report, but I was just wondering about how this climate action plan is going to affect small business in Nelson, because obviously we don't want to shift towards something that's going to be financially unsustainable for them. Yeah, that's what I was just wondering.
Yeah. So the strategy itself is high level and it doesn't impose direct measures on businesses. However, there's a lot of strategic areas which, if implemented, would impact businesses. So the detail will come in the climate action plan. We've drafted a climate action plan which summarises existing or planned initiatives that we already have in place. But it'll really come to what are those initiatives that we add to the climate action plan to achieve the strategy and how those will impact businesses. So we're going to need to look at each project and weigh up the costs and benefits and the impacts on a case-by-case basis to minimise any negative aspects and I guess harness any positive aspects.
Councillor Stella, then Councillor Bench.
Thanks, Nick. Kia ora, Nikki and Rachel. Thanks for your work on this report. We had a discussion earlier. Would it be useful putting the base year for the targets in the recommendations so that they stand alone? Or is that not necessary given that they are in the strategy itself, I assume?
We haven't included the base years because that's in the body of the report. So yeah, we could include the base years, but we didn't think it was necessary because that detail is provided in the report.
That's fine. Happy to take your advice on that. regarding option A, the fact here it's broken down into 2 5-year blocks, which is consistent with, I guess it's either the Climate Change Commission's advice or the government's emission reduction budget or plans. To what degree were those 5-year block targets, i.e. 21% for the first year and first block and 37% for the second, were they consulted on and discussed during, with the community, or did we just sort of discuss more the 6.8% annual average? So it's the first question, to what degree were they in the consultation document or so on, or even in the strategy? And then if they weren't really discussed, is there any risk in including them in this recommendation at this stage?
Okay, I'll answer the first part and then I'll leave Nikki to answer the second part. So the consultation document, we were really trying to not confuse the public, so we kept it as simple as possible. So that's why we went with the figure of 6.83%. That option has always been based on government's emissions budgets, and the 21% figure for 2026 to 2030 and 37.8% for 2031 to 2035 is what we've calculated is the reduction across that period based on emissions budgets. So we didn't explicitly include those 2 figures. However, we made so the detail behind the targets, we had an explainer video and we had a public session where we explained the detail. For the consultation document, we thought there was a strong risk of confusing by including that additional detail. So we just made it available for those who wanted to dig into it.
So just speaking to that second part about the validity of the consultation in that case. So the correct legal test to use here is the recommendation proposed substantively different to what we consulted on? And we're quite confident that it's not. It's still getting us to the same place, that target. As you heard, we did discuss with the public and make available that deeper understanding of the target while we were doing the consultation. And as you'll see in the report, it talks at 4.10 about the fact that we will still be looking at each year and the amount of reduction and using that to help monitor our progress and report to the community and to council on. So we're confident that that is appropriate for council to adopt.
Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. 4.2 says that our share, if we do our bit for New Zealand, it would cost about 13 million a year. What would it do to our rates? $13 million. My understanding was that every million adds 1%. If we're spending 13 million annually, I'm not really questioning the need for this, but if we're adding 13 million annually, and if what I said is correct, that every million adds 1% to our rates, I can't see how we can do that.
Yeah, so 4.2 of the report talks about modelling done by the Climate Change Commission, which is the only modelling of costs of meeting targets that we could find. The key thing to realise in the strategy is that it's not only on council to meet the targets. Council is only responsible for 2% of Nelson's emissions directly. So it's a whole of community strategy that will require input from everyone to meet. So that 13 million a year could come partly from council, but it will largely come from the private sector and other players as well. Central government will be a big contributor to that cost.
Well, if I remember correctly, that's what we were told when we did the budget, that $1 million added about 1% to rates. So I'm assuming that's still correct.
Yes.
And a lot of the things that would make a big difference, like a proper bus service, individuals can't do those things. That, there are so many things that That's why we have councils, because individuals, I mean, a lot of individuals are doing far more than others. And there'll be individuals who can't do any more than they're already doing because they're doing their fair share. But, you know, the idea of adding 13 or even 10 million, which would be 10% to our rates every year, I don't see that's a recipe that would work. We just, while I'd like to see this happen, I can't see that working because people don't have the money.
Thanks, Councillor Benj. That's more in a way of a comment, unless council officers would like to comment further.
No, just to highlight my previous comment of that cost is not just on council.
I'll have Councillor Sanson, then I have a question from myself.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Thanks for all the work. I think I'd just like to hear a little bit more, if possible, about that, like that this target is a shared target. It's not on council's shoulders, and that the government could play a really big part in this, as could businesses and, you know, I guess the private sector as well as local council. Like, I understand, because transport's a big emissions cost for our community, that central government initiatives to support, you know, renewable energy, you know, EVs and that kind of thing could actually shift the dial quite a lot. Is that correct? Like, could you
Absolutely.
talk about that?
I mean, central government's tools and levers are much more significant than us, and would have a bigger impact on our emissions. So we're really relying on everyone to come to the party here. And I do want to acknowledge that under the current government policy settings and with dialing back of emissions reduction policies, that will make it harder for us to achieve the targets. However, yeah, if we have a change in approach, then and more policies and ambition from central government, then that will do a large part of the heavy lifting. So we just need to pull on the levers that we have available to us. That's all we can do to meet the targets.
And do you think it's fair to kind of posit that if councils around the country adopt, you know, the fair share targets, you know, like we're considering today in option B, that would kind of, I guess, signal to central government or apply some kind of political pressure on central government that there's an expectation from the country that they also kind of come to the table? Do you think it's possible that would happen?
It's possible. The Mayor might have more of an insight on that than me, but yeah, it's possible if there's enough appetite and demand shown by the community and cities around New Zealand, then I'm sure government would listen to that.
I've got a question, then I'll come to Councillor Stallard, then Councillor Skinner. I want to dig a little deeper into the issue of the costs. And can I just clarify that a target of 8.3% per year in option B would work out in year one to a reduction in emissions of 21,000 approximately a tonne in that first year. And then that amount would go to a lesser amount as the emissions came down.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, this is the target for the community. We've got a very current example with our port company having invested in new technology to reduce their emissions. They have invested in a new electric crane at the port, of which we would commend them for. And is the sort of initiative that we'd need to take to reduce those community emissions. They've identified that the extra cost of the electric crane over the diesel crane is $1 million. They've also identified that that would reduce emissions by 3 tonne per year. Now, to meet a target of 21,000 tonne per year, if that was typical of what industry would need to do, then that calculates out at a cost of the target to the community of $7 billion. Do we really think we've done the level of analysis to be able to propose targets that have that level of cost for the private industries that support our economy in Nelson. It's just a good practical example, and I accept we don't have all of them, but I do want to highlight it as the real costs of getting emissions down. $1 million of capital expenditure to reduce emissions by 3 tonne per year, and we're wanting to set a target for the community of 21,000 tonne.
Can I respond?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
This is I use those numbers because I do not want us to be disingenuous with our community about the scale of the challenge and the costs.
So the example you gave is probably on the more expensive side of emissions reductions, or the marginal abatement cost is higher than for other projects. There are a number of projects that have a much kind of stronger cost benefit ratio. So solar panels are an example where they have a payback of over a period of about 7 to 10 years for commercial solar panels. So in the long run, they are cost neutral or a cost saving. So I don't know the reasons why the port chose the electric crane to focus on, but it might be that it has more of a kind of demonstration or...
Can I test you further on the issues of cost? And you use the example of solar. You've done good work for this council and identified that for the expenditure of $800,000 on solar panels on 4 council buildings, I think they're the Green Meadows Centre, the Trafalgar Hall, and a couple of other buildings, that we could spend $800,000 and that would reduce emissions by 40 tonne, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you divide 21,000 by 40 tonne, the capital expenditure that would be required is hundreds of millions of dollars on solar panels. So even with the example that you give, the sums of money are mind-boggling to meet a target of 21,000.
Over time, though, we will gain that money back, and possibly there's probably loans that are available for things like solar panels because the cost benefit.
So what is your best estimate, or can you advise us, what is your best estimate of what would be the cost to the community of reducing emissions by 21,000 tonne? We've used an example of the port company, we've used an example of solar panels, and we can work out what the price per tonne is, and that gets the price somewhere between 400 million and 7 billion, depending on those 2 examples. What do you think, in council making a decision on the community target, is the reasonable cost for us to assume around a 21,000 tonne reduction in emissions in year 1?
Look, as we say in the report, we don't know, because modelling is extremely complex. There's so many different ways to approach it. No council in the country has done this sort of modelling to estimate the costs of meeting targets. The only example that we could find was the Climate Change Commission's analysis. So we don't know exactly, and we'll try and improve our ability to estimate costs so that that information is brought to council over time. But at this stage, we don't know the full costs.
My final question is with respect to option B. Now, option B is presented in the report as following the advice of the IPCC and its target around 1.5 degrees. But the target of the reduction of emissions under option B of 43% is by 2030. But the target we are proposing in B is by 2035. The IPCC has not indicated a 2035 figure. Aren't we misrepresenting option B as being consistent with the IPCC recommendations when it is related to a different time frame to the target that we are setting for that period?
I don't think we are, because what we've done is we've estimated a 43% reduction by 2030, and then we've extrapolated that same pathway out to 2035. And the reason we've done that is because we wanted to compare apples with option A and B. Previously, we'd framed option A as being out to 2035 and option B as being out to 2030, and that was thought by this council to be confusing. So we've essentially just continued that same pathway out to 2035, but it still allows us to hit 43% reduction by 2030.
And the last point I wish to question you on is that when the IPCC in Geneva sets those targets that you want us to connect to with option B, they do not state what each country should share, or even for that matter, what cities should do. And aren't we really being quite disingenuous to the IPCC to say to them, well, that's what you say needs to be achieved globally, so that's what Nelson should do, when that is not what the IPCC has said. They have said that the differentiation of that over the countries and cities needs to be aligned to their specific needs. That's the very framework convention that talks about different communities having different responsibilities, and the IPC have not commented on that.
Daniela may be able to jump in here if she's online, but my understanding is that the IPCC has recommended that every organisation also aim for that 43% reduction by 2030. So it's not just the globe as a sum aims for that figure.
Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Nick. Just following up with some of those questions, just for clarity, both options have already been adopted by our government. Is that the case, both option A and option B? One under the legislation for the Net Zero Amendment to the Climate Change Response Act, and one under our Paris contributions?
I believe the first budget period, 2026 to 2030, has been adopted, but not the second one. So what the Climate Change Commission does is they recommend a budget for 3 emissions budget periods in advance, and then government adopts the immediate one of the next 5 years, and then the next 2 are still subject to further advice from the Climate Change Commission. So I think 2026 to 2030 has been adopted, but 2031 to 2035 is still indicative.
Okay, and just sort of get into the heart of what I'm at. Either option is not a leap in the dark by this council. It's a matter of alignment with existing. Is that the case? It's an alignment.
Yes, absolutely. So option A is based on the government's emissions budgets and targets, and option B is based on the IPCC recommendation.
Okay, thank
which
you.
were the two obvious targets that we could see to base our numbers off.
And obviously, moving to cost, we wouldn't be doing anything unless the costs of taking action are less than the costs of inaction. And that hasn't so much been touched on in the report or the strategy, but it's been looked at extensively in the international, all kinds of think tanks and business consultancy groups and so on. Can we be assured that the cost of taking action will be less than the cost of inaction? Do you have a sense of that? I mean, you could dig up reports and send them through to us later, but as a primary starting point, we need to be assured of that. Is that the case then? The cost of taking it, the most costly approach would be to have an inadequate response. Is that the case?
Yes, it definitely is for adaptation, and that's referred to in 4.4 of the report, where for every dollar spent on adaptation action now, we can avoid between $2 and $10 of costs in future. The equation is not as simple as we've discussed previously in this council for mitigation, because of the fact that our emissions are a small percentage of global emissions. So the cause and effect relationship isn't as clear. However, it is correct to say that globally, if we take action now, we will save ourselves a significant amount of costs in the long run.
Thank you. And finally, just looking at the cost of emissions reductions, and Nick has pointed out some cases which he believes where there's a significant cost if you measure it in terms of tonnes of CO2 reduced. Is it the case that there are all kinds of decisions and policies and changes we could make to reduce emissions that are either fiscally neutral or fiscally positive? And I'll just return to that example of solar. Residential solar pays itself back in about 9 years at the moment. For the next 20 years or so, for the lifetime of the panels, you have very low energy costs. So it's a net saving at the same time as reducing emissions. So is it the case with solar and other measures? It actually makes financial sense as a standalone policy. As a bonus, you're reducing emissions. Is that the case?
Yeah, absolutely. And when we go through the types of projects that we want to put forward to meet the targets, we'll be looking at what's called the marginal abatement cost. So we'll look at the projects where they make sense already from a financial perspective, and those would be the kind of quick, easy wins.
Councillor Skinner.
Thank you for that. It's a meaty document, the Climate Action Plan. When it talks about strategy identifying 8 pillars to guide climate action, those 8 pillars, I won't ask you to list them, but where do we get those 8 pillars? Is that from the community, or is this from the international community?
The 8 pillars came from our work with the climate advisory group. So that's the group of community representatives and climate change experts. They're the key, I guess, combination of the key sectors that we need to reduce emissions in, as well as take action to improve our resilience to climate impacts. But also the first 2, which are partnerships and community empowerment and learning and knowledge sharing, are thought to be 2 areas which kind of underline all initiatives that we do. So we need to build effective partnerships, and we need to give the community the right tools to take action. So they are our own creation, but developed through a lot of discussions and input from a lot of experts.
And thank you. And the other one in regards to biogenic emissions, and I see some of those targets excluding it, but we're also trying to reduce those. And biogenic meaning right from animals, etc., from doing a daily thing, from eating grass or eating plants and producing milk and meat, etc. Why not completely remove that from our targets?
Biogenic emissions are a significant contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions, so it's important to not exclude them. And also we already have government targets to reduce biogenic methane. In the case of agriculture, Nelson's own agriculture emissions are relatively small.
Right. Yep.
So only 5% of our emissions compared to 53.2% at the national level. However, on waste, which is the other key contributor to biogenic methane, we have a significant lever in how we control the landfill. So that's one of the reasons for including. And we've already reduced emissions a lot in that area.
So I personally, I think when it comes to animals and agriculture and horticulture, that's part of a natural cycle where we exist or didn't exist as human beings, and that's part of our cycle. But Youth Councillor Bailey Main brought some good points up in regards to affecting businesses, and I'm always concerned about when you start trying to make it difficult for businesses to operate, it often has an ongoing unintended consequence that they have to end up using more energies, etc., expenditure to produce the good products they do. But when talking about small businesses, he may have meant agricultural, horticulture, or I think he also meant small business, whether you're a photographer in town or running a pet shop or a clothing store in town. And that leads to another question. We've got tools, we're talking about tools of plan making and bylaws. And my concern is obviously the impact on that. Why do we think we need to put plans and bylaws to really impact businesses and organisations doing what they do their best at? And sorry, I don't want to get into so much detail here, trying to keep it fairly high level. What sort of impact will it have on them to run their businesses cost-wise and bylaws?
Yeah, as I said previously, it depends on what the plan or the bylaw changes about, really. So if you take Plan Change 29, for example, that was a plan that will lead to reduce emissions because more intensive development means less transport emissions, less commuter emissions.
Sorry, Kira.
Yeah, so I mean, we really have to evaluate the costs and benefits on a case-by-case basis and consider the impacts on business.
Thank you. So leading on the question of that, if we pass through either of these, will that not then empower us to pull those levers. If we're seeing targets, we're going to end up putting a pressure on us as a council in every single decision we make to put a bylaw or a cost or a tax or a restriction to them achieving what they achieve, because we've said we've passed today, this is the emissions that we want to reduce to. Now that has empowered us when in the next council meeting is, hey, we say, hey, you can't drive this far, or sorry, you can't go growing any more sweet corn or farming it. Is that going to be a consequence?
Yes, so the strategy is not a kind of binding document that says in every single decision you need to act consistently with the strategy. However, it is hoped that this strategy will influence council decisions, and when you go to take a decision, you'll be presented with the information of this option has a greater emissions effect versus this one, and that'll influence the decision towards the greater emissions reductions.
I'm not trying to cross-examine you. I feel for you in your role there, and you guys work very hard. So I put it to the CEO, and often, as Nick has often put, that climate change is going to be the top of every decision we make consideration. I think you've echoed the similar, CEO. Would that be the case? And even more so now, if we pass either of these, you'll be reminding us, the Mayor will be reminding us as we pass today, hey, if we're going to build this footpath, build this library, build this football turf, X amount of concrete, sorry, we can't because it's going to knock our targets. Or B, the person's going to open up a fruit and veg shop down on the corner there. Sorry, we're going to have to tax you or restrict how much movements. Is that going to be the bottom line?
Look, I'm clear that this council should have a priority for climate change action, and we should do everything we can to do that. But yes, I have to admit, if we sign up to a target that is too great, that will potentially mean that my mantra of being open for business, and if we may have to restrict some action, or we may put in some policies which, if we're going to achieve these targets, I think that will have some impact. And that's what I'm saying to you as governors. I believe we should absolutely focus on everything we possibly can do, but not try and bite off more than we can chew. And
so we'll be in a corner if we pass some of these when we want to make some good, well, I'd say good decisions, progressive decisions, supporting or facilitating community, even just getting NLMAC or organisations to build a bridge or cut the lawn for the golf. We're going to be amiss if we don't pull them up and say, well, doing that's going to impede our target. It's always going to be a struggle to hit these targets. Always going to be a struggle, and I think you've answered my question very well there.
I should remind colleagues that my intention is to take questions on all elements of all 5 of the recommendations. So I know that we are quite understandably focused a lot on the questions of A versus B, but it is my intention to have all questions, then to move the debate on A versus B, then a debate on the complete resolutions. I'm going to come to the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Bench and then Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, 4 questions from me. I guess just first to the Chief Executive based on those comments is, I mean, in your mind, what activities are you picturing being restricted?
The honest answer is I don't know, because there isn't. I don't believe there's a clear plan which sets out to achieve the target. So I'm not sure. We're in danger of signing up to targets without a clear plan and a clear strategy. So the honest answer is, Rohan, I don't know. But if we have set us a target, I believe if we set us a target, we should achieve it. And as chief, if that's the guidance you give me as chief executive, I will go and try and achieve it. So I'm going to have to think of some really off-the-wall things to achieve this really, really demanding target. I don't know how I'm going to do it, if I'm honest, Rohan. So that's what I'm worried about. I believe we should set targets. You should give me KPIs and I can deliver them. I cannot deliver this target, I don't believe, unless you give me a better strategy.
Just for clarification, you don't believe that either of these targets are deliverable?
You've asked me a question and honestly, no, I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I think it's useful to have the interactive discussion.
Get in here, James.
So, Councillor Hodgson,
I've been trying to untangle this in my mind.
Yeah, I think it's useful to do so.
Nigel, because each time we discuss this, we get really tangled up over the targets, and we often actually miss a lot of overall strategy, which I think is the big piece of work. Nick, and now I'm hearing Nigel as well, when we talk about the targets, takes it quite literally as, if we sign up to this, even if no one else steps up, everyone else moves backwards, we have to do everything to get us there because we've signed up to these targets. And that would probably bankrupt council, that scenario. And when others talk about it, we talk about it more as like a required direction of travel. I think that seems to be the discussion that I pick up. And my pondering now in this discussion was just whether the word pathway would better suit the ethos of what we're talking about and the intention than a target. Because a target requires direct responsibility and accountability. So I just wondered if that helps us get our heads around it.
The way I'd like to handle that is you can reflect on that with the time that we're taking on this, which is entirely appropriate. It would be in order after the debate on the options that have been put in A and B to move an amendment if you wished. But I'd like to take that after the debate on option A.
But can we hear the
B,
response
and
from
only if-
officers? I think it's okay to have this
sorry?
question. He asked a question of officers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not suggesting we do that. I really want to know.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's a fair point, Councillor Sanson. What would officers think about using the language pathway rather than target?
Well, the thing I would say first is that I just want to make sure we're all focused on the fact that this is a community strategy and this is a community target. So there's no option under which council is going to spend all the money to deliver this or could do it. So this is a collective action, and I think target is the right word because that's what we're heading towards. The action plan would be the pathway that would get us there, but we're doing this in combination with central government and all the businesses and many, many other people who are focused on making these reductions.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm going to come back to Rohan's questions.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously been a fair bit of discussion, particularly around cost, as well as sort of future economic potential. Looking around the world, looking around New Zealand, have we seen examples of where economic growth is decoupled from increases in carbon emissions?
I'm not aware of any examples.
So I was really trying to set you up there. So like New Zealand, for example, our GDP has continued to increase at a faster rate than our carbon emissions have, or the United Kingdom, whose emissions have reduced whilst their GDP has continued to grow. In terms of your understanding here, is this a direct trade-off between the prosperity of communities and the planet?
No, as you just pointed out, there are plenty of examples around the world where countries have taken action and it hasn't come at the expense of GDP.
And then in terms of the spectrum of changes, obviously we've tried to capture some actions being taken, but when you look at what's going to be required to even start to meet the pathway towards net zero in the city, do you see on the sort of spectrum of actions more of a focus on one-off capital investment or more of a focus on systems-based change?
It has to be a combination of the two. So capital investment is only going to get us so far. So if you take the example of investing in expanding the bus network, for example, you've got to do that in combination with system changes to get people to take the bus.
And then, because there were some cheeky questions in this vein asked, and I can't help but do the same. Between 2018 and 2023, Nelson's agriculture, forestry and fishing industry emissions reduced by 3 kilotons. Just applying a number like $333,000 per tonne reduced, have we seen a corresponding $1 billion capital spend to have achieved that?
To achieve reductions in agriculture?
That 3 kiloton reduction that we've actually seen,
I don't know the figures off the top of my head, but there has been a lot of investment by government in decarbonising the agriculture sector, particularly in the technology changes space.
The Deputy Mayor is wanting to have a cheeky debate with myself, I think, and you're being drawn into it. But I've been a bit cheeky, so I'm going to let the Deputy Mayor continue.
That'll do.
The next councillor is Councillor Benz with questions, and then I'm just so people are aware, I'm then going to go to Councillor Hodgson and then Councillor Anderson. Councillor.
Thank you. I don't know whether this question is for you or whether it's for Nigel and the Mayor, but I realise that I think we have to have this target. I'm not questioning the target. We've talked about pillars. My understanding is this is for the planet. The 4 pillars are steel, concrete, fossil fuel and ammonia that we have to stop using. And Councillor Stallard has brought up the cost of inaction. I don't know how you, I mean, the cost of inaction is that the planet becomes inhabitable for us. I mean, that's actually quite a good solution because we are the problem.
Where's the optimistic bit?
I want to know if we pass this and the next council decides that, well, this is passed, we're going to spend, does it give them the right, if they are able to get it through this forum, to spend 13 million a year? You know, are we going to pass something where a group of people could say, well, they've passed this, we're going to borrow, because we can, we're going to borrow that money and just keep doing it until we're bankrupt? Are we setting up, I don't want to be part of setting up a situation where a group of people could drive the people in this city to a point they couldn't afford to live here.
You've semi-directed your question at myself and the Chief Executive, and I'm happy to make some comment and then pass to the Chief Executive. Ultimately, the decision that Council makes about levels of expenditure will be in their annual plan and their 3-year plan documents, but it will be influenced by the strategy. And so, Councillor Benj, you can be reassured that in passing whatever document, whether it be option A or option B, this Council is not committed to the expenditure. The problem, and it'll be for the Chief Executive to deal with, is that when we come to do the annual plan next year, those of us that are here after the decision of voters, and when we come to do our long-term plan, the strategy will be one of the documents that informs that. And so the best way I would describe it is that having a strategy will create an expectation that we're making allocations in the annual plan and the long-term plan, but the decision still rests with Council at that time.
Sure, but we've seen quite a lot of 6 to 7 decisions go through this Council. So if we approve this, I mean, it's approved, could we get a 6 to 7 to pass that we actually do spend all that money and that we do commit Nelsonians to something which is going to actually drive them?
I think the team have made it really clear that this is not all on Council. This is proposed to be a region-wide problem.
I know it's not all on Council.
And if I'm still privileged to be the Chief Executive, you know, I don't think I'll be bringing papers to the Council to say that we're going to spend it all. But it is a strategy, and if we sign up to this strategy, that has got to direct where we go and where we take policy and how we think about the annual plan and the next LTP. So that's why I'm urging you as governors to set a realistic strategy and a realistic target. Or I like your pathway, James, if I'm honest, that this is the pathway. I think this is the critical subject. We should not ignore it. We should do everything in our power to reduce emissions. But I'll be honest, and I think you're probably gathering that, I don't support signing up to something that's just not feasible. And I don't see that's particularly option B as feasible. So I think we've got to be really careful to what we sign up to. And I'd rather see a pathway towards absolutely committing as a council and as a region to reducing our emissions as best we possibly can and really think laterally and do that. But a strategy, if you sign off on a strategy, it must guide what I bring to this council.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Bench?
My question is, if we pass it, have we made a scenario? There's no smiley face bit in this, I'm sorry. You're waiting for the good bit. Will we set up a scenario where if the majority of people around this table said, well, we've signed up to this, we need to do it, and we all agree, and our borrowing cap has got a reasonable gap in it. We're not like other.
Can I provide one more piece of clarity? And that is, and I'm just trying to help inform the debate, not influence it. And that is that with respect to recommendation 2, that puts a specific target on council, the 43% reduction in our transport and energy emissions. And if we pass that, it is my expectation of the Chief Executive and the staff that relates to council emissions, that they will require changes to our annual plan and our long-term plan. It is right for the Chief Executive and our advisors to point out with respect to option A and option B, these are community targets that go well beyond the control of council. Now, you might want to debate as to whether it's appropriate for us to make commitments on other people spending money, whether it be the port company, private businesses and private householders. But I think it is important in understanding the cost equation. It is recommendation 2 that directly impacts on the Chief Executive's budget. Option A and B is a debate about what community target we set, albeit council can have some influence on that.
But I think council's influence is huge on achieving these things, like transport, which I understand is the biggest thing. Without council,
that's a debatable point, and I'm happy.
The average individual can't do anything about. They can walk, but they can't do anything about transport. Only council can make major changes to give people the option of using a bus.
Understand the point,
but I'm not against the whole thing, but I'm saying, are we setting up a scenario where people could sit around this table and say, I vote, we spend 10 million a year for the next 10 years, and away we go, and we end up, in an impossible place.
Yeah, that is a fair debatable point, not necessarily a question for officers unless they wish to comment.
Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson.
I didn't really have a follow-up question, just but I'm pondering an amendment. How do I?
I'm going to take a break at 11 and we'll be happy to discuss that if you wish to pursue that. My next line of questions is then to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. So I'm looking at page 20 of the strategy, page 110. It gives us some examples of actions that would enable us to meet the targets with option A and B. I'm wondering about reputational risk, and let's say that there are people around the table that don't think we're going to reach either of the targets. Let's say we were to overshoot option A and not reach option B. What kind of risk do we have? I'm guessing there's no climate change jail they're going to send us to, and we're not going to get fined. Can you please explain the reputational risk of not reaching option B?
I think you've explained the risk, which is primarily reputational. So, there is a minor legal risk of not reaching it. We could be held accountable by the community. There's precedent around the globe and around New Zealand of increasing litigation in this space. But the risk is primarily reputational for failing to meet it.
And also, so the strategy is a community strategy. It's not a council strategy. So a lot of people have done a lot of work, not just us, like you guys done an amazing job. How about so we've asked the community what they want and they've told us. So will we be facing any reputational risk? What's the reputational risk not listening to them? So I guess they entered this conversation thinking that they had some control over or input in the decision making. It's quite clear to them that we're listening, but possibly not following directions?
Through the Mayor, and this is the same for any consultation, yes, you ask the community for their views, but there are a lot more things that council has to weigh up in taking a decision than simply submissions. And so what we do to mitigate any risk around not having followed particular requests from submitters is to explain why we took the decision and what were the factors that influenced council in making that decision.
And and regardless of where we land, so the way forward, I'm just wondering, so we've had wonderful engagement from community and businesses, keeping them in the loop. Just wondering, do you know of any spaces where, or other spaces, regions that have used citizens' assemblies to gather voice and information and direction?
Yeah, there's a lot of examples. So Porirua City Council have recently run a climate change citizens assembly. And yeah, there's plenty of examples of citizens' assemblies on different topics around the country.
And also, so in the cost of inaction, it's like $2 to $10. It's but has anyone done any work? Because whenever I hear the word cost, I actually think of something different. I don't think of money. I think of community and lives, and people's feelings and whatnot. Has there been any work around that, measurements on our wellness or happiness of a community in regards to the cost of climate change?
It's a great point. So sort of the social capital cost. I'm sure there is international reports. I'm not aware of any New Zealand specific examples. We could research that and get back to you if you like.
And finally, I'm just wondering, so let's say we were to go with option B. Is there anywhere else in New Zealand that is doing a good job in this space? I'm just wondering, because I feel if we can't do it in Nelson, no one can do it. I have a great deal of faith in Nelson. I'm just wondering, would something like this, if we were to lean into it, would this make us, would anyone be beating us in New Zealand? And I'm even thinking the South Pacific as far as leading and not following. So is there anyone doing amazing work in New Zealand in this space, or even the South Pacific?
Wellington City Council is probably the best example. So they've made a deliberate choice to go ahead with implementing their goals despite kind of lack of government support on things like transport. Yeah, there's been significant budget cuts, as you all know, to active and public transport. But despite that, Wellington City Council is kind of going ahead with their original plans. There's lots of great examples all over the country. Like we've discussed previously, none have achieved the level of reductions that we are putting up in terms of our targets today.
Okay, I think that pretty much got a couple of last questions. One's for you, Nikki. When we do the annual plan and the long-term plan document, we have the Auditor General giving us the blowtorch treatment, well, that's what it's felt like, of making sure that our expectations and our finances align. My question is, what would Audit New Zealand's view be of this strategy and the target as to whether it meets the test that they apply to us with respect to long-term plan and our annual plan process?
Yes, well, fortunately, they don't apply the blowtorch for the annual plan. We're off the hook there because they only audit our long-term plans. But certainly they have given us a strong indication. They have new guidance that came out this year, in fact, about greenwashing, and they're looking at that in the private sector, but also certainly in councils. And if they think you have set targets and have not actually done reasonable work to be achieving them or showing how you will achieve them, then you will have a problem with audit. But that would apply to council's own target. Obviously, a community-wide target, we're not attaching council ownership to one little bit of it, but they will certainly be looking at what council has said it will achieve and how we are funding that in the long-term plan.
Would this strategy meet the audit office tests around ambition matched with funding to the level of degree that council would require in an LTP document?
So I think the strategy itself is high level, so I don't think it inherently contains the information. I mean, it does have the action plan, but that is based on the last long-term plan. What audit will look at is what we put in the next long-term plan, and that's what I think that they would be happy with this strategy, but they will be looking to see it reflected in the next long-term plan.
My last question is, in assessing the costs and benefits of what actions we do and don't do, which are very much to the fore when we've got events occurring like right now, isn't it fair that what we do around reducing our emissions is going to have negligible impact on what costs that we incur as a consequence of adaptation? With New Zealand being 0.2% of emissions and Nelson being 1% of those, meaning that in terms of the science, we're 0.002. Whether we adopt option A or B will have negligible effect on the costs that this council and this community faces with adaptation, in that, and it's an argument for doing our fair share, not doing anything, in that the changes to the climate are going to be driven by decisions that occur in countries like China, like India, like the United States, that make up that lion's share of emissions.
Yeah, that's correct. But you've also explained my further point, which is it's about doing our fair share.
Yeah.
And what we do here will influence the actions of others.
And my very last question is this. Why would we, when, in my view, a really positive step for New Zealand has been the establishment of the New Zealand Climate Change Commission, you've noted that the country that's been more successful in reducing emissions than any other is the UK, and that is largely off the back of the UK Climate Change Commission that we have modelled our own on. Why would we go beyond our own New Zealand Climate Change Commission that's got nearly 100 staff and does all the work? Why would we go beyond the targets that are in option A? Aren't we really saying, in rejecting option A, that we don't trust them? And isn't the key for New Zealand making progress on climate change is locking in behind that Climate Change Commission and its work?
I think that's largely a rhetorical question, but
no, but if we
why,
adopt
I
option
guess,
B, we're
to align with the IPCC,
we're effectively saying the Climate Change Commission is wrong. And I think that is actually destructive. So why would we think in Nelson City Council, with a small number of staff, when the Climate Change Commission has got over 100 staff, why would we say, actually, Climate Change Commission, we know better?
I think, to be fair, Nick, the staff are giving options to elected members. They're not saying we're recommending this or that.
Can we please hear from our staff to the question?
Can I just say we're not saying the Climate Change Commission is wrong. The Climate Change Commission are tasked with the working out what the emissions budgets are based on the legislation. The legislation says that we need to reach net zero by 2050.
Yeah.
And then there's a range of other factors that the Climate Change Commission need to take into account in determining what those emissions budgets levels are. So including IPCC advice. So that was only one of the inputs. The legislation doesn't say that the budget pathway has to be consistent with 43% reduction by 2030. So that's just one of the considerations, among others, like economic factors and the level of available reductions in terms of technological solutions, a whole range of factors. Yeah.
Thank you. That concludes the questions. Here's how I'd like to adjourn for our normal 1 hour break. resume. Sorry.
Yeah, 1 hour. Right, let's go for the vote.
Adjourn for our normal break after each hour for 5 minutes. We're going to reconvene at 11:09. Then, just for the plainness of councillors, each councillor and elected member will have 5 minutes in whatever order. There will not be a right of reply, and effectively you'll be able to express a view in favour of option A or B. And then there will be a second debate, having resolved that, on the substantive 5 resolutions before us. Councillors adjourned. We now come to the debate on whether council wishes to adopt option A or B. Each councillor will be provided with an opportunity for a 5-minute contribution, and then there will be a vote. Who would like to set the ball rolling? No debate. Councillor Sanson.
I haven't started yet. No timer. Okay.
Just to be clear, we'll ding at 4 and you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I have to indicate at the start of my debate which option I'm speaking in support of. Is that right?
Oh no, look, I'm not going to be strict in that.
That's how standing orders usually is, that you have to indicate which one you're speaking in support of.
Quite correct.
I think it's helpful, but I'm not going to be too strict on insisting.
Okay. So
some people may want to listen to the debate and make their final decision when they've heard the debate.
Sure, that's fine. Okay. Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora koutou. I'm speaking in support of option B for our Whakatū Nelson climate change strategy. This is a choice between aligning with national targets, which we know are the bare minimum, versus aligning with the scientific consensus required to keep warming to 1.5 degrees and doing our fair share. I want to first address the cost of inaction. We don't need to look far to see examples. We are already experiencing more frequent and severe weather events. The cost of recovery from these events is immense, both financially and emotionally for our community. The cost of inaction is not some abstract figure in a report. It's the price we pay for flooded homes, damaged infrastructure, disrupted lives and economy. By choosing the more ambitious path of option B, we're choosing the possibility of a more resilient future for our community and region. I've heard repeatedly the argument that Nelson's emissions are tiny in the grand scheme of things and that nothing we will do will make a material difference. This perspective completely misses the key aspect of demonstrating leadership. Climate change is a global problem that will be solved by collective local action. We can be one of the councils and cities that shows others across Aotearoa and the world what is possible. By becoming an exemplar, we can model a prosperous, low emissions future that other cities will be inspired to follow. Our action isn't just about our own emissions, it's about creating a ripple effect of change. It's also crucial to remember that this is a shared target. It's a goal that we will reach collectively, with council playing its part alongside central government, iwi, our innovative business sector and members of our community. Council's role is to enable and to lead, but we do not carry the weight or the cost of this transition on our own. I acknowledge the position that we should set goals we can comfortably meet. However, the climate doesn't care about our comfort. The physics of climate change and the ethics of our shared responsibility to future generations set the goals for us. It is our duty to rise to that challenge, not to lower the bar to meet our current capabilities. Option B, aligned with the IPCC recommendation and pathway, is the responsible choice. It signals that we're serious about our role in the global effort to combat climate change. I want to address the idea that anything short of meeting an ambitious goal is a failure. This is a false dichotomy. If we only get 80% of the way there, is that a failure? In my view, no, it will be a significant partial success. We mustn't be afraid to set a fair share target. Opponents of ambitious climate action often present a false equivalence. They frame the debate as a simple choice between spending money today on climate initiatives versus saving that money for other things. There is a fundamental flaw in this line of thinking. The real choice is not between spending and saving. It is between investing what we can and need to today versus facing uncontrollable costs in the near future. To delay action out of a fear of investment today is not fiscally responsible, it is reckless. The true cost isn't the action we take, but the action we delay. Climate action is consistently framed as only a public cost, while its private savings and public benefits are ignored. We talk about the millions it costs to fund an e-bus system, but we fail to mention the thousands of dollars a year a local family saves on petrol, insurance and car payments when they can rely on that bus. We tally the cost of a new cycleway, but we ignore the value of better physical and mental health, reduced congestion and cleaner air. These aren't just expenses, they are investments that deliver tangible return directly to our residents, improving their quality of life and easing cost of living pressures. Let's show our community, our children, and our grandchildren that we are a council that leads, that we're committed to doing what is right, not just what is easy. And I urge you to join me in supporting option B.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. The floor is Councillor Brandt.
Thank you. So I'm reading from my notes to stay focused. Nelson City Council has limited financial capacity to implement cost measures similar to projects like the e-buses annually. So we need to be realistic, have achievable steps on greenhouse gas targets, and I've thought about what projects we may have in the future. Nelson has a higher proportion of older residents and death is a reality. About 70% of death has resulted in cremation, making this a significant area to focus on. One practical option is replacing one of the two flame cremators at the Wakapuaka Cemetery with aquamation equipment. Traditionally, flame cremation emits 204 kilograms of CO2 per cremation, which is equivalent to driving 600 plus Ks. Aquamation cuts emissions by 90% using less energy and avoids burning and using fossil fuels. But we must recognise many individuals and businesses face financial struggles. So it's not about avoiding action, it's about working with the community and taking practical steps. There is no such thing as no action. When we work together, we create a behaviour change which requires realistic goals. Setting targets too high, too soon, risks discouragement and failure. My view is to start with a cautious, lower target that can be reviewed every 5 years, and this approach balances ambition with reality, allowing targets to increase as financial and timing continue to improve. And that way we can build momentum without setting unachievable goals that may relate in failure. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Further councillors. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'm proud, very proud of our Whakatu Nelson climate change strategy. Tremendous amount of work has gone into it by a huge number of people, not only here at council, our offices here, but also around the community and even outside of it. It establishes a sound foundation, I believe, for the future and provides a launching pad for our up-to-date climate action plan. But you know, Mayor Nick, I can't help but feel, with the options being suggested today, options A and option B, we are limiting ourselves with both options. Therefore, I do have reservations about the necessity for targets. Targets, in my opinion, are hypothetical, aspirational, or not grounded in reality or facts. When targets are not grounded in real data and realistic benchmarks, people may see these, and it concerns me, may see them as arbitrary and fail to take them seriously. That this could undermine the motivation and engagement with the community that we need to mobilise on this intergenerational journey. Focusing too much on a target could lead to overlooking important information or alternative solutions or other creative approaches. A narrow vision may lead to missing better opportunities or fresh ideas. I don't believe that targets are essential for motivation, direction, or evaluation of progress in this particular area. That is a myth, in my view. Clear communication and shared purpose can often improve behaviour and performance more effectively than an arbitrary numerical target. Once targets are set, individuals or people may stop striving for improvement after reaching the target, even if they could have achieved more. Conversely, if the target seems unattainable, people may give up prematurely and limiting their potential. Hypothetical or aspirational targets can be restrictive, divert attention from the more meaningful progress, and even cause negative outcomes if not carefully considered and grounded in reality. Mayor Nick, in my view, concentrating on continuous improvement and motivation will be more effective alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Other contributions? Pete, were you wanting to make a contribution? Did I see Councillor Anderson's hand? Floor is Councillor Anderson's.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'm supportive of option B. So this morning, I get to listen and debate our where we're going to land here. And this afternoon, I'm going to be at Wakefield at a CDC, working with flood-affected communities out there, and I think the two are kind of related. I feel that the community and many of our businesses are doing amazing things in this space, and I would like us to lead. I don't like the idea of us following business or lagging behind central government, waiting for them to tell us what to do. I feel Nelson is well placed. I reckon we're amazing. I think that we could be world leaders, not just New Zealand. We've got the Cawthron, we've got the blue economy. There's so many things about Nelson that makes me feel good about this and optimistic. Councillor Sanson, because I do think about cost a lot when I hear cost, and I did bring it up before about money. Recently, I did a Red Cross psychological first aid course for emergency management, and I mean, I was doing it as a person, but the whole time I was thinking about the word cost, and you see the stories and they explain. Yeah, so I have a slightly different lens around that, and we talk about Mokopuna decisions, and I'm all about that, but I think I can be quite selfish and say this decision's for me as well, because it's happening so fast. These things, I'm going to experience the effects of these changes, and sure, my kids and their grandchildren will adapt and figure stuff out. But as much as I am about an intergenerational response and my responsibilities as a father, grandfather, great-grandfather, I do feel that this is happening right now, and that it matters to me and this immediate community. So yeah, I'm supportive of option B.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. I'm going to take Councillor Pete Rainey, who's on Zoom.
Can you hear me okay?
Can hear loud and clear, Pete.
Thanks very much. Have listened to the questions for the last hour and have been listening with interest to the comments from elected members so far. There's really nothing that I could add to what's already been said by Councillor Sanson and by Councillor Anderson. I truly reflect, I'm sitting here 20k north of Dargaville, having just walked through the Waipawa Kauri stands and seen Pane Mahuta, which is 2,500 years old. I sort of kind of really reflect on the fact that if we're not going to try and set an aspirational target now as leaders in our community, when would we? I think now is the time for aspiration and to set a target that will set people's eyes up, and so that's the reason why I'm going to be supporting B. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rainey. Other contributions? Councillor Bench.
Thank you. First, I want to address the fact that whatever we do here is probably going to make no difference at all. And I hear that a lot. And to be honest, I agree, because I don't think a lot of the rest of the world is going to do anything. And the cost between A and B, the difference I don't think is great. And despite these costs possibly being quite high in a financial or non-financial way, I think they'll be insignificant compared to the cost of mitigation and adaptation. Because we've heard a lot over the last couple of days about unprecedented floods and things. I personally, I believe it's the new norm. And we will have these costs whether we like it or not. Despite this, I personally want to do my bit. I don't want to be the person that says, I don't make any difference. Every single one of us can make that statement. Every single, how many billion of us there are. And I'd like every other citizen of this country to do the same. But to do that, we need the buy-in from the government. We need a buy-in from citizens. And I really think council's role in this is key. We're sort of in the middle. And the success of where we end up is to a greater degree more reliant on councils than anyone. We have influence over government. We have influence over citizens. We're in the middle. And how well we do our job will make the difference between whether we succeed in achieving these targets or not. I don't think, as I said, there's any huge difference between these targets. We're setting them up. They're going to be reviewed. There's nothing to stop us overshooting them if we have a good time. And if we don't meet it, we can still hold our hand on the heart and say we did everything that we could. And as long as we can do that, I think that's sort of okay, and that we don't give up. So I'm going to vote for A. And the simple reason is that it is New Zealand's target. And it is everyone in this country that needs to come together to meet this target. So I'm going to opt for our target. It's our target. It's our problem. And that's the one I'd like to see us follow. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Benj. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I only prepared one debate, so I'm going to offer it now, and it gives people a chance to unpick it if they want later on. But I essentially wanted to offer in my contribution some insight, big picture, into how I see our role as council when it comes to emissions reduction. And I want to do this because while I believe that the strategy in front of us aligns with my philosophy, I've noticed that the way that each of us talks about it varies quite meaningfully, and how we apply the strategy will ultimately determine its success. My thoughts are still developing. They've been over the last few years, so challenge them. But here's how I see things. We all share the same atmosphere, and that means the only way to care for it is through international collaboration and accountability. That requires our government to make commitments and to hold to them, and to partner with other countries who are willing to do the same. If our government won't get us there, I don't believe we'll get there. Like it or not, our government is a reflection of the attitudes of its people, and so our community have to come along with us for the journey. Our atmosphere is intangible, and something I've learned from my faith is that it's hard for us to understand the intangible, but it does affect us all the same. We need a strategic and collaborative approach at every single level, or we risk degrading public confidence, creating overwhelm and confusion and disillusion that will be reflected in central government. Now, my understanding is that the critical policy lever that the government utilise at the moment is the ETS. It's not the only one, and it does need work. but it is intended to price emissions into our economy and cap them in line with our commitments. This means two things. It means that supply and demand dictate the cost of our emissions and where they fall within society. It also means that there is a financial incentive to prioritizing emissions reduction to where it will be most effective. Under this system, the implication for council is that if we spend resources to reduce emissions over here, it reduces the demand on carbon credits and enables more emissions over here. But as the national emissions cap comes down and the carbon price comes up, for every project that we undertake, my understanding is that there's a break-even point. And under that break-even point, you save money as a community. But every time that you overshoot the break-even point, rates go up and we don't achieve anything for our atmosphere. Of course, there are other principles such as a just transition, and we mustn't miss the co-benefits. Many projects add resilience, give us cleaner air, or have health benefits. But we have to be really clear to price those on their merits, independent of carbon emissions. Sometimes we get defensive when we talk about money alongside climate change. We talk about how the cost of inaction far outweighs the cost of action, which is true, but it's not an excuse to be thoughtless. It's like going into the supermarket and saying, we can't afford not to eat, and so frantically filling your trolley. If we're broke, or if our community can't trust us, we may as well go home. We need to be smart and have a crystal clear understanding of our role. So I view our role as preparing our community for the future that we face. New costs, new opportunities, and new challenges. We need to make it easier for people to adapt to these changes through our services, through good urban design, and the provision of information, helping people get by, pay their bills, protect what matters to them, helping people thrive. The targets in this strategy, as I alluded to before, are really important for signposting the direction of travel, but I fear that the options we have before us are a bit of a political distraction, a chance to put ourselves into different camps without saying or achieving much at all. Our role is not to hit numbers, but to achieve real, meaningful change through alignment with the broader system. And so I want to quickly come back to that frantic supermarket image because it matters. When we lean into rhetoric such as airport levies, cruise ship bans, limiting international sport, we look like we're doing something meaningful, but we sow disillusionment. This becomes reflected in our government, hampering any efforts at meaningful global change, and we reap what we sow. The trust of our community is our greatest asset, and if we do our job well, we enable the government to step up and do theirs. If we want to be effective, we need to be thoughtful, strategic, financially astute, and we need to build trust. For that option, for that reason, I think I'm sitting with option A. I think it's more consistently aligned with where the government's at, but I think that should be moving along with the rest of our country.
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Nick, and I too are reading from pre-planned notes. Today we are here debating two options, option A versus option B. And while this debate is important, what saddens me is that it overshadows something worth celebrating, the development of the Nelson City Council's climate change strategy, a strategy that has been driven by community groups and some very smart people. On a day like today, we are reminded of the urgent need not only to act, but to create a long-term vision for how we respond to climate change. Let's be absolutely clear, the climate continues to change. That reality must sit at the forefront of our decision making every single day. Targets are important, but they often become distant ideas and something we aspire to, but rarely achieve. What we need instead is a clear pathway with smart goals. These are tools that bring our community along with us, that makes this challenge not just manageable, but a winnable one. Just as our environmental goals must be grounded in reality, so too must be our investments. We are not the bank, we are the council, and our focus must be on smart strategic investments that serve the needs of our region. A great example of this is our regional bus service, a practical, forward-thinking investment that meets both the needs of climate and community needs while reducing our emissions. Nelson is a smart city. We have smart goals, but for these goals to have real meaning and truly drive purpose, they must be achievable and they must be balanced, and they must be something that our whole region can get behind, including those that haven't just submitted. And when we do only get 95 submissions, I do worry that we are doing stuff without the whole region behind us. We need to focus on something that we can do together, and not something we can just hope for, but something that we can build on. And that's why today I am voting for option A, because it has a clear pathway and it's something I truly believe our region can celebrate and get behind. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rollo. Other contributions? Councillor Paki.
Kia ora mai tātou. I wasn't going to be coming here today, but I thought this is quite an important item for us to be talking about. And yeah, I'm not really in the best state to be able to eloquently put together I think prior to coming here. But I think Matty Anderson's got he hit the nail on the head with that Mokopuna decisions comment. And I think that as councillors, we've got, there's two things the way that I look at it, and in that there's, I guess, the roles and the requirements of a councillor in the very immediate vicinity, and also those the effects that we have in the future. We've got last week we had the Sesquicentennial book launch, celebrating council, 150 years, and I kind of think I look to the future, and I think, what is it in 150 years' time that those people who will be reading those, the first two books are pretty interesting. Yeah, okay, sorry. They're just ledgers. The most recent book is really, that starts to really encompass and encapsulate a heck of a lot what it is about community. If we look at it in 150 years' time, whereabouts are we going to be sitting in that conversation? And those people who will be reading it, will they have inspiration? Or will they be able to look back and say that we were innovative and we were inspired to try and do something, quite radical. And I think 150 years' time, I think on Stardate, what is it? I think Voyager is taking its first trip, the first Voyager in the Star Trek thing. And of course, we look back 150 years ago, and people were kicking around on horses and carts and things. So, that level of ambition is relative to our times, and we look at the food in front of us, we look at the plate in front of us, and I think that it's incredibly short-sighted for us to think about how it's going to be affecting us, how it's going to be affecting our community, and we talk about we don't want to have to pay that price. We want to kick that can down the road further, and there is an opportunity here for us to actually be able to pick the can up now and start to share that load. We may not be able to hit these goals, but at least if we are ambitious in our approach and we start to try and put things in, they fall short, it won't matter, because we will be able to say that we did our best at that time. And that's where I really want to go. That in 150 years' time, it'll be another 3 books from now, that someone can look back and say, at this time, this was the turning point. I'm going to be going with option B, because and speaking, for the Māori community here, we have our intergenerational plans, and those He Pai Tāwhiti looks at 500 generations from now, 500 years from now, sorry, not 500 generations, and really I want to be able to be a part of that conversation. So, nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, Councillor Paki. Councillor Skinner.
Chair, thank you for that. I don't support either A or B. Two terms ago, when we signed up, and I signed up for the climate emergency, my belief for that, and felt it was of councils, is that we as a council clean up our own backyard as much as we can. We are a council here to provide facilitate our community to grow and families to grow and flourish. I don't believe it's us to be telling our public community how to live. We can do that in different roles that we may have outside of council. I, like many, and I don't think we have enough faith in our community, I, like many, always try to improve reducing that footprint, whether it's cycling to council, whether it's priding myself on growing at times almost everything on our dinner plate from home or caught or hunted, composting, chickens, etc. And the ethos of that climate emergency was really, hey, rather than hypocritical, set our standards high for ourselves. But as Youth Councillor Bailey Main put it very well and articulately, are we going to putting hardship bylaws and making it difficult for small businesses to operate? And this is where I have a problem, as we start thinking the sky's the limit, we'll spend this and that. And as with my questioning on that, this really sets not just a precedent, but a pressure on our CEO who's going to hit his KPIs, is to make sure every damn decision we make tries to hit those targets. And every time we decide to not try and cut some more carbon back, don't hit its targets, we're going to have those groups that, some of them quite hypocritically, knocking on our door or protesting on the streets, or why aren't we doing enough? And once again, I say we should have more faith in our public community, make the decisions that reduce the footprint on the community and on our planet. Forget building a library, forget building footpaths, forget building in concrete. 2 terms ago, not this term, the council, previous council, turned down a close vote of artificial turf based on the carbon emissions from concrete. And maybe they were trying to hit targets. I think we're even making tougher targets, and it will have unintended consequences on the well-being, socially, spiritually, and economically of this community. And when you start doing that, you start taking shortcuts in your own life, which don't have good impacts on the planet. If you're wealthy, happy, spiritually at ease community, they do everything they can. They've got the time and energy to do everything they can to help this planet along the way. I have great concern when we put these bylaws and levers in to fulfill these targets. I'll read the page from the strategy we've got in front of us on page 164 if you want to see. What can individuals do? And I can see we'll be taxing, leveraging and bylawing so that they do this. And this is not what I want. And clutter. Well, it's not so bad. I've got a lot of clutter. Make your products, electronic products last 7 years. I hope we'd replace don't let our products not be replaceable in 7 years. That's pretty difficult to do with the changing technologies. Holiday local, don't take a holiday outside of Nelson. Almost like 15-minute city talk. Eat plants rather than meat. This is what our council spends some money and time and energy on promoting on media to our community. Stop eating meat and eat plants. Thankfully, the CEO, and I have a lot of respect in that, shut that down pretty damn quickly. This is a nonsense it gets into. Dress retro. I think I already dress pretty retro. I'm not been telling people how to shop and what they wear. Let them make those decisions, and many people do. They have to for this economic climate too. Walk or bike, it's not such a bad thing. This 15-minute cities again. System change. This is what we will be expressing and imposing on our community. System change. At least one shift to nudge the system. Get planting. I think people do a lot of that planting. I look after 33 hectares of land just outside this region, which is under a significant area. And I often think for $10,000, we're going to grow bottles of strawberries for what we're saving the planet and feeding the community. $10,000. Let farmers, horticulturists, and people in your own garden do that. 10,000 grand, I can get rid of a whole lot of wilding pines with that and look after 33 hectares. What grows over there? We spend a lot of money trying to plant and look after a tree here. You've got hectares and hectares and hectares growing there. So no, I can't support either of these. I support the climate. When I say support, I support leaving a small footprint on this planet as best you can for your future generations, and that's about letting individuals facilitate them to do what they do best and facilitate at this table what we do best, and that's running the city, not telling ideologically how to live and then enforcing taxes, bylaws and ratepayer increases. 13 million. Cheap as that is, what's that? It's at 10, 12, 13% on top of your rates to achieve some of what we want them to do here. And the mayor and the CEO wouldn't be doing their job if we don't impose those things, if we're going to think we're going to try to achieve these. So no, look after the planet, but don't try and make it some ideological system change that we impose with bylaws and tell me how to live. And I don't want to see another ad like that from our council telling people to eat plants rather than meat. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. I'm going to take the chair of the task force, Councillor Stella.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Just a few points related to what's been said so far. The first important thing to know, and it has been mentioned, the most costly path ahead of us is to do nothing or to take inadequate action. That'll be the worst path to take. Studies estimate that this path of taking inadequate or no action will cost 15 to 50% of cumulative GDP this century. On the other hand, if we do take action, that will require an investment of only 1 to 3% of cumulative GDP this century. When we localise that, we've heard this figure of $13 million. What we should contribute in that regard, just like with the targets, is proportional to council's role relative to government and businesses and so on. So what that might be, we don't know. But I would like to think that in a region with a $7 billion economy, we can fund meaningful action to put us in the right direction. Every year we make, as a council and businesses and government, huge investment decisions. Many of those investments bring harm to the environment, to the climate, to the planet overall. Our task is to shift those investments so that they generate benefits for all of us. Having said that, it's somewhat misguided, and I appreciate the comments by Councillor Anderson that to just talk of financial matters of concern to only one species of 8 million on the planet really misses the point, because we must consider the costs to life, to oceans, to coral reefs, to glaciers, which are basically incalculable. And surely the basis of this work is to protect life on Earth. So let's expand our awareness beyond our own finances to life and ecosystems, to our children and their children. Second point is that both these targets already exist for us via the government. Option B, targets being adopted by the chief executives of some 90 businesses that produce a third of our GDP in this country, including the port. The best way forward is to seek alignment so that we can move more quickly and more effectively. That's what we're considering here. If we believe that neither of these targets are achievable, and bearing in mind they have been adopted by the government, I would be on the phone to the Minister of Climate Change to work out how we can work together to make meaningful progress. Finally, given that we do understand the degree, the impact and the immediacy of the problem, the question for us is, what is a proportional and appropriate response? And that's what we're considering here. It's a response that should minimise the harm and the damage, should maximise alignment, and it will be an appropriate response in terms of the scale and speed. And to me, that's option B. Finally, regardless of our views on option A and option B, there's something that's arguably equally important or more important, and that is our intent and our commitment. So bear that in mind with these resolutions and the subsequent ones. What is our commitment? Each of us, as elected members, representatives of our community, what's our commitment today, and what is it every day from here on? Thanks, Minik.
Thanks, Councillor Stella. The Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Minik. I think so often in these debates we get into this really abstract notion of talking about percentages and disconnected from the reality of what we're actually talking about. In front of us we have two targets. In the scheme of things, what it says is that in 2035 we'll either have achieved a 58% reduction in emissions or a 51% reduction in emissions. Option B says we will do the work now and recognise that it'll get harder and harder over time. Option A says we'll take it easy now and try do all the hard stuff post 2030. What we're talking about is whether or not we want to sign up to saying we want to keep our emissions at 1.5 degrees of warming. We want to try. At 1.5 degrees of warming, we're talking about exposing nearly 1 billion people to water stress and desertification, costing 63 billion in adaptation and residual damages to major crops, 14% of the world's species at risk. We're talking locally, in homes being lost, in lives being impacted by more intense and severe weather events. We're not talking about avoiding any of that. We're talking about limiting it to just that. This is the scale of the conversation. We thought the IPCC back in 2023 thought that we might be locking in 1.5 degrees by the mid-2030s. Further research has drawn that number forward to we could be locking that in by 2029 as a world. And we, whilst a small part of government in a small country and part of the world, we are elected here as leaders to show leadership to our community. And what we accept and what we say we will accept implicitly in these targets, I think is incredibly important. Now we'll talk about politics as the art of the possible, but who determines what is possible? I look at the 1984 Rogernomics reports. If you told someone in 1978 that 10 years down the track, our country would look like it did, they wouldn't have believed you. If you said to me in 2019 where we would be in mid-2020, I would have called you crazy. What is possible is determined by us and by the actions that we take. Now, we'll talk a lot about costs inevitably, and we'll try and grab individual cases and extrapolate them out. But I actually think it's more useful to look back and apply the sniff test to what we've actually already seen. So between 2018 and 2023, just Nelson City's emissions reduced by 47 kilotons. Now, if we take, for example, the cost per tonne emission reduction of a crane at the port, extrapolate that out, we're talking about a cost to achieve that reduction of $158.5 billion. Nelson Tasman's total GDP between 2018 and 2023 was $40 billion. Clearly, we are not doing ourselves a service by grabbing numbers and trying to apply them, because what we are talking about here is systems and designing systems that can live within the very real and very practical boundaries of our planet. And I actually think that when we work collaboratively, when we set goals, and when we partner with government and the community, that is when these things become possible. And we have to believe that they are possible. You know, weirdly, I have respect for what Councillor Skinner had to say, because in rejecting both of the recommendations and saying actually neither are good, I think there's a very real honesty in that, which is to say that doing the work isn't worth it. And that is a much more legitimate point than saying that option B is totally unachievable, but option A is fine. Both of these will require immense work, but I think it is incumbent upon us to take on that burden, because 50 years from now, I hope to still be here. And I am going to have to look myself in the mirror and say, what did we do? What did we commit? And so ultimately, look, I believe that this is not a question of admirable or aspirational goals. It is a question of our values. And for me, the value is in doing everything that we can to pass on a better planet to the next generation. And in many ways, we've already lost that opportunity.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'll wrap up with the last contribution. The bit that I agree with the Deputy Mayor is that whether we go with option A or B, they are both ambitious, difficult and challenging. But the bit I cannot back option B is that it is unrealistic and the costs are unaffordable. Now, the risk in this piece of work is that we measure how much we care about climate change by how big an aspirational target we can set rather than what we do. And I have seen that mistake for 33 years from the time when I was a very young person, a new MP, when the Rio Summit was signed in 1992. And my plea for this council, please don't fall into the trap of 30 years of climate policy in thinking that big, bold targets with no idea how to get there is going to somehow overcome this problem. Now, on the issue of cost, the Deputy Mayor has said, well, you're just picking out individual figures. And I would have much rather this council took this issue truly seriously and got a proper financial analysis, as I sought to do at its March meeting. And this council rejected getting that economic information. And so we are making this decision without the proper economic analysis. What I do know is this, that when the port company spends $1 million, they can reduce emissions by 3 tonne. And when I ask our officers, they say, well, that's an unfair example. The best example we can give is by investing in solar panels. And if they invest in solar panels for $800,000, you can reduce emissions by 40 tonne. But the target B is for 21,000 tonne. And even with the best example that officers can give of what you would achieve, that means a cost of $240 million in capital costs to meet year one's target. That's twice our total rate take. We are being financially reckless in buying up to targets for our community and not being able to say what the cost is. And that is a disservice to our community and a disservice to the seriousness of the issue of climate change. Now, I've been waiting patiently, challenging both officers and fellow councillors to tell me if you want to set a target of 8% per year, please tell me how. And the silence has been deafening. Not one of the members who have spoken in favour of that target have given a credible explanation as to how we can do it. And so I do say to this council, and I say to this community, setting targets when you have no idea how you're going to get there and no idea of what the cost is doing a disservice to one of the biggest issues facing both the globe, our country, and this community. The last point I wish to make on this is I believe we are at risk of serious overreach. I have to say to the Deputy Mayor, the speech he just gave was an entirely appropriate speech in the Parliament. I hope you one day to give it there. But we need to be realistic what we're elected to do. We weren't elected to run the United Nations or to run the government. We're elected to run the council. And that is why I'm delighted with recommendation 2 that sets a specific target of this council reducing its emissions by 43%. But it is wrong and we're going way outside our scope when we start pretending things. And the best example of this was when I asked how the target might be met, we could put a $10 charge on every passenger at the airport. And we were told we couldn't do that. And I just remind people, actually, if you want to meet a target of 21,000, a $10 passenger charge at the airport might reduce its emissions by 1%. Its total emissions are 25,000. The only way you could meet these targets would actually shut down the airport, and nobody's seriously suggesting that. These are unrealistic targets without a plan, and that for us to align ourselves with what the Climate Change Commission is doing, with the expertise that we have in this council as far as we can go. And I urge councillors to not do the issue of climate change a disservice and treat the ratepayers who fund us with disrespect without being upfront about the costs on the targets that are being proposed. That brings the debate to a close. I'll ask the Chief Executive to carry a vote out between option A and B.
What we'll do is an in-principle vote for option A, B, or no. So if you, April, if you could ask each member and see where they say where we stand, please.
Councillor Anderson.
B.
Councillor Benj.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Councillor Courtney.
No.
Councillor Hodgson.
A.
Councillor Paki.
B.
Councillor Rainey.
Pete, can you hear us online? We'll come back to Pete at the end, April, please. And
Councillor Rollo.
A.
Councillor Sanson.
B.
Councillor Skinner.
No and no.
Councillor Stallard.
B.
Deputy Mayor.
B.
His Worship the Mayor.
A.
Councillor Rainey, are you online?
I have a text from him. I'm not sure.
That's not sure.
No.
We need him online, I'm afraid, by standing orders.
Can you? Okay.
I vote B.
There
I
you go.
vote
Thank
B.
you. Excellent. There you go. Just at the nick of time there,
nick of
Mr.
time.
Rainey. Very good. Thank you. Okay, take time.
Can I just check with officers? Oh, no, don't interrupt. What time's lunch?
Can we have the results of the vote? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, the Bs have it at 6. The As were 5, and there were 2 noes. So the Bs have it at 6 votes. The As were 5, and there were 2 noes. So the option now to discuss is option B is the favoured option, and that's what stands at present.
So checking with councillors about progress forward. So what we're now going to do is option B becomes the substantive motion. And I'm just checking, what time is lunch scheduled for?
12:30.
12:30. I think we try and make progress in seeing whether we can get this item concluded by 12:30. Can I just check, are there any councillors that wish to move amendments to what is now? And could the officers please now amend the motion to be option B? So I'll take option A and B out of it. Option B now becomes the substantive motion under item 1. And my question is any colleague intending to move an amendment to now the substantive motion? James?
I've sent it through. Yeah, they're working on it.
So what I'd like to do is I'd now like to deal with Councillor Hodgson's amendment, and then if it gains support, and then finally the substantive motion. Correct. So the amendment is contained. Can we just see that up on the screen, please? And so the amendment is new resolution 6. Is someone prepared to second Councillor Hodgson's proposed amendment?
Can we just have a second read?
Yeah, absolutely. It's only a matter of having a seconder. If it doesn't have a seconder, it will lapse.
We need a move and a seconder for the substantive motion before an amendment can be moved to it.
Can I take the assumption, Councillor Stallard, that you are prepared to move the substantive motion and seconded by the Deputy Mayor? So that the substantive motion is moved and seconded, and I'm now seeking, I've got a mover in Councillor Hodgson for the amendment of a new resolution 6. Is someone prepared to second that? I'm happy to second that from the chair. So the motion's been moved and seconded, and we'll now, I do think it would be appropriate if, and I'm not encouraging it, but only if they wish to, are there any questions that anybody wants to ask of officers on the amendment. I just like to have that practice in case anybody has any concerns. That being the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just in terms of the overall impact of this resolution on the strategy, it obviously highlights specifically the removal of barriers, included in some of the options and included in existing council work streams as proactive work to support communities to reduce their emissions. Does this resolution or this amendment substantively shift that overall picture of what is included in the strategy, or merely highlight an element of the strategy?
Yeah, I think by focusing just on the removal of barriers, then we're ignoring the fact that we can enable changes through positive or proactive measures as well. So I would suggest that be tweaked to something like that will facilitate or will enable the reductions by the community, including through the removal of barriers or something to that effect.
And if I could just raise a point, it says that council is not directly responsible for the target, but we need to remember we are part of the community, and so we have a responsibility. We're not solely would be a better word perhaps.
That is entirely up to the mover as to whether he wishes to take that guidance. Yeah, look, I want us to get this bit right, and I want to take Councillor Hodgson's amendment seriously. Can I just suggest that I think it's going to take us through to 1 o'clock to get this resolved, but I think it would be easier for council meeting if we could get this climate change strategy resolved before lunch. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to suggest a 5-minute adjournment for a little bit of offline discussion. We're going to resume at 12:15. I'm going to defer lunch till 1 o'clock, and my ambition is to try and land the strategy by 1 o'clock, please.
Quick request, can my vote be recorded?
Yes. Okay. All the votes were recorded on the last resolution.
Okay, you did it as a division.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll leave it. That's fine.
Is there any just procedural question, Councillor Benj?
Just a quick clarification, if we're going to talk about this for a minute.
with its revision, the support of the seconder, and I thank officers for their help in refining it. I'm now going to provide the opportunity for the mover of the amendment to put the case.
Thank you. I don't have loads to say. I think I kind of outlined how I see things big picture. Is really the reason I put this forward is because some of us are saying that it's a community target, and so we're not kind of primarily responsible, and others are saying that we're adopting it, and so we must see it through. I think that when we set a target, we do have to see it through, and I think I would prefer, as I said before, that it was a pathway, but I don't think that would have support. This resolution is intended to make clear where our responsibility starts and ends and how to be effective, which is all consistent with what's alluded to in the strategy.
My support for Councillor Hodgson's amendments based on three factors. The first is in the danger of council setting a community emissions target without being clear that we are only responsible for a small portion of it, creates an expectation with the strategy that I think has risks of overreach. What the amendment does is say that we are not primarily responsible for community emissions. Now, what we know, and I'm actually quite positive about the work that the Climate Change Task Force has done in their report, is actually giving some clear and hard numbers about those different emissions. Our community has emissions of about 260,000 tonne. The council has emissions of about 12,000 tonne. And I'm sorry to recite the maths, but it is relevant to the amendment in being clear about things that are not within our control. The second reason is because in respect of those community emissions, there is smart stuff that council can do to both remove barriers to people being able to reduce their emissions. A good example, and one of the reasons I'm very interested in my role as a trustee of Network Tasman, is trying to facilitate as much as possible the barriers to people putting solar on their roofs, to remove the barriers of people being able to have electric vehicles, of which one of is actually having sufficient charging stations. And then the last punt that I think is very important in the amendment moved by Councillor Hodgson is making a reference to things being cost effective. My view is that, I'm sorry, on every single decision, I don't care whether it's climate change or others, every decision needs to be tested against whether it is cost effective. It's not saying you won't do it, it's just going to say you're going to apply a cost effective lens over those things council will do in contributing towards the community emissions target. So I commend Councillor Hodgson on taking this initiative and the clarification that goes with it, and would implore council colleagues to support it. Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. You've mentioned two barriers. My question prior to the break was what are barriers? Can I ask James, as the mover of this, what are the barriers that you see that could be removed?
That is a good question, and James, as the mover, Councillor Hodgson, as the mover, will have a right of reply, and I'll ask him to answer Councillor Ben's question at the time of his right of reply.
Okay, I have a second question, which is what happens if this is lost? What is the next step? Do we revert to A?
Correct. Regardless of what happens.
We then vote on A again?
No, A is dispensed with. The climate change strategy now includes option B. That was the process. And the question now will be a debate on whether 6 is adopted as amendment, and then we will have a debate on resolutions 1 to 5 or 6 if it is agreed to.
But what happens if B is lost?
Well, B, it's not a matter of option A and B anymore. It's now a matter of what is in the strategy.
No, I think what he's saying.
If the option on the table is lost, then the strategy wouldn't go forward. So
if the resolutions 1 to 5 are lost, then we have no strategy.
So A has gone, has it?
I'm sorry, there was a majority in favour. The process that we agreed to was that we would have a vote on option A or B. More voted for A than B. There were a couple of Sorry, apologies, Rachel. I'm not trying to pull a Swifty, just a slip of tongue. So B has been adopted. That is part of the strategy, and I would now like us to focus on simply the resolution of Amendment 6. Can I assure colleagues, after we dispense with Councillor Hodges' amendment, you will all have the opportunity to then debate all of the items 1 to 5 and 6 if it is adopted. So the simple question now for Council is, do we wish to make the amendment put forward by Councillor Hodgson? Well, we can. I'm just seeing if is there anybody else that wishes to make a contribution? Councillor Stella.
Yeah, just quickly. I mean, I see it's quite clearly stated in the strategy that the target's a shared target and there's shared responsibility. And I think the first part of this amendment is speaking to that. I see all these points are covered in the strategy, so I'm reluctant to support the amendment where I think there might be a different intent to the similar words. I'd rather just go with the words as structured and consulted on in the strategy.
Thanks, Councillor Stallard. I'm now going to give, if there are no other speakers, I'm going to give Councillor Hodgson the right of reply, but if you don't take your opportunity to speak now, it's going to the right of reply in the vote. The right of reply from Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. And I will answer Matthew's questions. But firstly, just to say that I completely agree with Aaron that a lot of this is covered in the strategy, but I think that it's maybe not as crystal clear as it could be. Even comments from Nigel earlier and others around the table actually that just made me go, oh, I think we need to make this as clear as we possibly can. When I talk about barriers, I talk about things like, obvious one would be just education. For me, power costs go up. Someone told me, oh, you can put in LED lights in your house and save a bit of money on power and also save some of those electricity emissions and everything. Fantastic. That's a removal of a barrier. Travel options. When costs keep going up for things like petrol, being able to catch a bus, being able to bike into town, or being able to live closer to the city and be able to walk down to work is the removal of a barrier for me. So good urban design is a big part of that. Enabling solar, being able to upgrade dwellings, insulation, making them more energy efficient, those sorts of things all help. And I think I could probably ramble on. I think council has a habit of popping little barriers here and there. We don't always know it. And I think that's our job to remove those.
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. I'm now going to put the resolution on the amendment. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, say no.
Aye.
Now, Pete, was an aye or a no? Or was it a no and a no or an aye?
Aye.
Thanks, Pete. I'm going to declare that carried, but there were a number of votes. We could have a division if somebody wished. It's not wished. I'm going to declare it carried. On the voices, we now come to the substantive resolution, and now the council is set down. So the debate is on resolutions 1 to 6 that includes the adoption of the strategy with our decision to go with option B. It's been moved by Councillor Stallard. It's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Stallard, did you wish to take the first call? You will also have a right of reply.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Thanks, Nick.
So can I just quick clarification on button 58? Look, 43 has got a read on 58 on there. What was that?
At the very beginning of the meeting, the officers gave an explanation. There was a typo in the original option A, and that was because it reduced emissions to 43% rather than actually reduced them by 58. So 58 is the correct figure.
As in the rest of the...
It was around the year.
This is very nerdy, but if I could give the explanation. If you compound an 8.3% emission over 10 years, it collates to a 58% reduction in emissions over the 10-year period. It's the reverse of compound interest. That is, as you reduce the emissions, in the second year, you don't have to reduce emissions by 21,000 tonne. You have to reduce them of about 19,000 tonne. And that is the reason for that. So 58% is the correct figure.
So it's to line up the rest of the strategy plan document, which numbers are in there.
The 58% is the 10-year compound of a reduction of 8.3% per year.
Okay, thank you.
So the 43 in number 2 is still relevant?
Correct. Remember, in number 2 is talking about council's emissions, not the community's emissions. Happy to have that clarification. Let's now have a debate on the substantive motion, and the floor is the chair of the task force, Councillor Stella.
Thank you, Minik. This is a momentous day. This is a momentous piece of work. And to my mind, the climate change strategy can best be viewed as some kind of blueprint for investing in our future. That we already discussed today, we make investment decisions all the time. Some of them are good, some not so good. They take us on a certain direction. This shows how we can make good investments to get good outcomes for our community. As has been mentioned, there are 8 pillars of work in the strategy, acknowledging the interconnectedness of pretty much everything we do. If we're wanting to have a stable climate and reduce emissions and protect our communities from rising sea levels and so on, we need to look at our economy that's circular and low emissions. We need to look at our modes of food production, transport, waste, and all that couched in the context of enduring and strong partnerships and knowledge sharing. So at the same time as we can tackle this issue, acknowledging it's one of many symptoms of an underlying problem of our footprint, of our excessive footprint on the planet, we can also make gains in biodiversity, energy security, ecosystem health, and equity. So it's appropriate to follow up with what officers said earlier, thanking a lot of people for the work that's brought us to today, starting in the previous council term with elected members who got this rolling. Our awesome climate team for the work they put in, the community advisory group, members of the task force, and others. Now, assuming we adopt a strategy today, it is appropriate to cast an eye forward because this is where the real work begins. And I did encourage us all earlier to think about our commitment today and every subsequent day. Council's challenge is to move at speed, to prioritise climate action and embed it in all our activities. Now, just a few words about change. Change is inevitable. Our job is to shape the direction of change to deliver good outcomes. People in successive governments over many decades have set the rules around our social and economic activity to set the direction that we follow today. What we've come to understand is that direction leads to simply unacceptable environmental outcomes, which also means unacceptable social and economic outcomes, given that all of our activity is underlain or embedded in nature and the environment. Now, the good news from that is if we set the rules to deliver us into this mess, we can look at the rules again and change them to set a better path forward to deliver good outcomes. That's entirely within our hands. So the task might seem overwhelming or large. We set the rules that took us here, we can set them to take us the other way. We've heard previously about talk of this piece of work is radical. And I'm glad that was mentioned because it is actually, in fact, our current path that's radical and extreme. It is radical and extreme to clear 95% of your lowland forest, to clear 95% of your wetlands and all the creatures that did live in them and all the functions that they performed, like flood control and providing food and so on. It's radical to change the actual climate on the only planet that supports life. So many aspects of what we today, our hypermobile lifestyle, our hyper-consumption lifestyle, I know they seem like they're normal to us because we grew up in them, but they are radical and extreme and extremely high risk to all life on Earth. This climate change strategy is actually sensible. And I know that's not a very exciting word, but this is a sensible path to go on. And I appreciate the jump that's needed from an extreme radical path to a sensible path is large. And I know that's why people are saying, well, this is a radical strategy. It's a big change from our radical path that we're currently on, but it is sensible. Finally, we know what we need to do. And we know that taking climate action can be a meaningful, and it's an important word because A lot of people today maybe don't have hope, maybe struggle for meaning. By taking action and being positive, it can be meaningful and an enjoyable part of our lives. The work will be challenging. We are a resourceful, cooperative, and innovative community. We can do it. And this strategy gives us a unique opportunity to give our children all the prospects of a good life, and indeed their children. We can have a stable climate, we can have healthy nature, thriving wildlife, strong, resilient communities that care for each other and for the planet. That is actually our home. We just need to get started on the work. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Councillor Stallard. Any other contributions? The Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Nick. And if speech number one was the burning passions, we'll consider this the reconciliation bill. The strategy we have in front of us, I think, is a really monumental step. As has been said, it doesn't lay out the exact pathway that we will be taking. And I think that that's important because we don't know what the world is going to look like next year, let alone in 2033 or 2034. But what the strategy does do is ground us in the principles and set the direction for which we want to support our community to head in. In terms of where we've landed on the targets, again, I don't think that we are as far apart as perhaps the debate has made out to seem. As has been highlighted, New Zealand has committed under the Paris Agreement that we hope to keep global warming to limit it to 1.5 degrees, as well as, which is the legislation that governs the Climate Change Commission, our goal of net zero 2050. Now, for the Climate Change Commission to recommend a change to that goal, there needs to be a substantial or significant change to the science or impacts of climate change. And the reality is, when we signed up to net zero 2050, we knew that that wouldn't be enough to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. That science was known. And so now that we sit around this table and discuss what we want to achieve, I don't think it is beneficial to point at the Climate Change Commission and say that we are out of step with them. They are governed by legislation determined by politicians. And we are politicians around this table. And I think that our remit does go to setting expectations and providing leadership for the community. The challenge was laid of what does action look like? And I think one of the things that helps us is that we have these nationally determined contributions that should result in central government using the much broader levers available to them to be steering us towards what was set out in option A. Our job is to fill the gap between option A and option B. And what that looks like is creating a better city for everyone here. As Councillor Hodgson said, his previous contribution, it's things like enabling people to live closer to where they work, where they study, where their friends live, to minimise the amount of travel that they have to do. It's things like investing in strong public transport networks to enable people to have the choice of living lower emission lifestyles. It is using the tools that we have through the RMA and whatever replaces it to support development that is within these boundaries that have been set not by us, not by central government, but by the planet itself and the place that we call home. And I think that if we can take a positive view of what really embracing how we can achieve lifestyles for our residents, for our community that lives within our planetary boundaries, we're not painting a stark picture of billions of dollars of expenditure. We're talking about strategic investment that builds towards a better city for everyone to enjoy. And it is not just about targets, it is about action. And that's where our focus needs to be. We sign the strategy off today, and tomorrow as it should have been yesterday and the day before, we need to be focused on doing everything that we can to drive Whakatū Nelson in the right direction. And that includes things like advocating to central government for the tools required to actually get us there. What this sets and the direction that this points us in is a values-driven approach to ensuring that the future we pass down to the next generations is one that we can hand on heart say that we are proud to have passed. One that we can say we have done our part to ensure that there is a world worth living in on the other side. And so really, I just want to acknowledge the huge contribution of staff and the community in shaping where we've landed today, and also recognise the ongoing commitment that this represents to everyone. We can do it. We only have to say that it's possible.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Any other contributions? Councillor Skinner, sorry, you had indicated I should have come straight to you.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone else read Keith Marshall's opinion piece in the newspaper just a few days or weeks ago. He was the previous CEO of this council just before I was elected to council. And I see here what he's touching on, that sort of ideological radicalness where councils are forgetting their jobs or their roles, and we're bringing political party politics to the table rather than putting our community and our budgets and rates and running our council to the fore.
Point of order, Minik.
Kerry Marshall.
Well, the
point Marshall, sorry, Keith Marshall.
One moment, please. I have a point of order from Councillor Stallard, and I'm going to be quite strict around ensuring it's relevant to the standing orders.
Sure. One of our standing orders is that elected members must speak respectfully of other elected members. I think it's disrespectful to assert with no evidence that our strongly held personal beliefs are some kind of party orders from a political party.
I think let me roll that. I do think we need to provide for a very fair exchange of views. There has been strong opinions for those that are supportive of this that have implied that people that are supporting the higher goals, that they somehow did not value the future and those things. And so my view is that the realms of free speech on the critical issue of this need to be wide, and there's nothing I've heard from Councillor Skinner that, in my view, and it is the judgment of the chair, go outside the boundaries of fair debate.
It's for the record, really good to make sure we had the name of the former mayor, Kerry Marshall.
No, he was referred to the chief executive.
Sorry, you may have been double thinking what I got right. I said Keith.
Okay, sorry.
Keith Marshall.
I thought he
still living.
Sorry, apologies, my mistake.
Kerry Marshall was a great mayor, but CEO Keith Marshall. Thank you. I'll reinforce my issues with looking at 8 pillars. And once again, we seem to be voting on a United Nations directive. We should be voting on what's best for our community. We just received an email not so long ago from one of our community, which reflects on many people that I bump into day to day, including ourselves, who's struggling very hard with the rates rises, increases. Just the increase of the rating on us having his dogs was hard enough, but people are going through real hard times. And when we talk about what we're trying to do here, and it's going to put a real pressure on our CEO to reach KPIs. Every time we make a decision, you'll be scraping one extra bit of carbon out of their buildings. Forget building a library. Forget building a civic centre with tons and tons of so-called carbon emissions. Forget footpaths to walk on. We'll be scraping every single bit to try and reach these radical, ideologically political party, United Nations-based pillars, the 8 pillars that are in this article. So I have real concern here. It's going to make our jobs very difficult. And once again, our student councillor here, Bailey Main, for small businesses, we are overreaching. We are forgetting our job. By all means, I have a lot of respect from councillors around the table who drive some strong and are understandable, and I have some strong views on things outside this council table, whether you protest on them, lead by example. You'll be each of us, myself included, will be up for a spotlight on any hypocritical decisions we make. This is going to be costly. It's already been very costly this last term on some of these goals that we're trying to achieve. Let's get back to our knitting. As Keith Marshall, a former CEO, put in his article, we need to be mindful of what our roles are at this table. We have gone beyond that. We've gone beyond to United Nations. We've gone beyond something which is going to have a great effect on our decisions, and I think will have unintended consequences. I've said before, we stick by and do everything we can to look after this planet and then keep our footprint low, but this is going to put a lot of pressure on our staff, a lot of pressure on our comms team, a lot of pressure on our CEO, a lot of pressure on our mayor to make sure we scrape every little bit and try to achieve these. And I don't think any of you on here can believe they're going to achieve those targets, and if we do, how much difference is that going to make to the planet we can make? We could be out there right now helping with clearing the drains, doing what we can for this flood, helping good people who are really struggling, and we're spending thousands of dollars, hours of time debating on some reduction in methane, biogenic methane. We should be out there in our gumboots, out there helping our community, not here debating whether we should be following some political party ideology. Thank you.
I'm going to take the next call. I'm going to be supporting these resolutions because I do think it's important that the council moves to adopting a climate change strategy. It will not surprise you that I have a mid-view between some of those that have been expressed. I do note that if globally we are going to successfully overcome the challenges of climate change, then it's necessary that there will be action globally by agencies like the UN, that there be action by governments at a country level, that there be actions by councils and by businesses and individuals. Actually, everybody's got to pull their weight. Where I'm in a different space to both ends is that some say, oh, we are so small, we should not do anything. I do not subscribe to that view. I wish us to do our fair share. But equally, I reject those that want to lead the world and set targets that are miles above what anybody's ever done and of which I have absolutely no doubt we will not be able to achieve either. I'm a maths lad. Let's revert to the maths. Global emissions are 42 billion. New Zealand's emissions are 78 million. Nelson's emissions are about 300,000 tonne. Council's emissions are 8,000 tonne. I do agree with Councillor Skinner that this strategy has features of overreach. Is that somehow with us controlling 8,000 tonne of emissions, that we have to impose costs and controls on our citizens that go beyond, way beyond what our share. And when I hear people saying, oh, but Wellington's doing it well, they've reduced their emissions by 2%, and we've just agreed to a target of 8%. Wellington is not my model for the future of Nelson. Wellington is a basket case. Wellington is in economic decline. And I do worry, and I will not be part out of the back of the strategy with some of the things that that city has done that actually is not in the interests of that city or the broader issue of climate change. I do want to just reflect on the part that I'm really keen on. Part of this resolution is resolution 2 that says we are going to do our bit as a council. And for those 8,000 tonne of emissions that we have, we are going to do our share in that area. And I have to say to the Chief Executive and to our council staff, that is going to be more than enough to challenge us and to keep us busy. They are quite ambitious targets. The other part where I agree with some, I disagree with other, of Councillor Skinner's views about the biogenic or methane emissions from biological processes and the argument they should be excluded. I think that is, I strongly disagree with that view. The thing that I'm proudest of this council in this term has achieved has been the addressing the biogenic emissions from the landfill. That has reduced emissions in this city by 40,000 tonne. It is the best thing that's happened in climate change in the city for decades. That is a massive hit. at a relatively modest cost. So yes, I am disappointed that we think and are going beyond the targets that I think already are very ambitious from the New Zealand Climate Change Commission. I don't think they are achievable, but I want us to get on with the work that is set out in the strategy. My very last point is both the mover and the seconder of this motion has said that this is a great milestone. I don't like to be harsh, but I think it's a bit virtual signalling, because all we are doing is setting some magic number in the future that we will achieve without actually saying we'll get there. You deserve to get the pundits' credits when you actually do things, whether they be reducing emissions from methane from our landfill, installing solar panels that reduce emissions, getting more electric vehicles on our road, getting a greater uptake of public transport. They are the things that will make a material difference, not those of setting targets, of which I think there is very remote chances of being able to achieve. And if we did seriously go about achieving them, the cost that we would impose on the community would have every one of us voted out. I think I had next Councillor Brand, then Anderson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I'm fully on board with tackling climate change because it's something we absolutely need to do. At the same time, I can't ignore how tough things are right now for a lot of people and businesses who are struggling financially. I really feel for those who are trying to keep their heads above water, and I worry that pushing for an 8.3% per year average reduction right now might be too much too fast. We also have to think about the long-term infrastructure plans and that stretch over 30 years and the changes that are coming with the Resource Management Act. Making big sudden shifts without accounting for these could lead to unintended problems that hurt the people that we're trying to help the most. That's why I believe a more cautious step that was opted in option A that's no longer on the table would have been a better approach. Setting realistic targets now and then revisiting and raising them after a 5-year review lets us move forward without overwhelming anyone. It gives us the room to learn, adjust, and make sure the financial and social impacts are manageable. I want us to act on climate change, but I want us to do it in a way that's fair and thoughtful. We owe it to our people, we owe it to our businesses to balance the urgency with care so that changes really stick and don't become and cause unnecessary hardship and push people out of our region who are actually contributing the best they can right now.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm supportive of this. I don't know. I don't think local government has wrecked me yet, but I'm positive and optimistic, and I see opportunities. I do believe that. I think that community and industry and even small business is going to be leading this, not us. So I have a great deal of faith. I'm optimistic, and I guess this is going to make sure we have our climate change goggles on when we are making decisions around, mode shift and other opportunities to support the community on this journey. Yeah, that's me. I'm apology off. I actually have my gumboots on me now, so I've got a shirt off, but I will zoom in.
It is my intention, Councillor Anderson, I know you have to leave, but I think we're close to concluding. If you wanted your vote recorded on the strategy, I give you an assurance with the help of my colleagues that we're going to have this concluded within 5 minutes.
Division, if you're not already doing.
Yes, we. Is there any other contributions? Councillor Hodgson.
Said I wouldn't. I'll keep it very brief. Just a challenge to name one political party in Parliament right now that does not support at least the ETS. It's not optional. Successive governments have signed up to this. Even the ACT Party advocate for the ETS. The cost of emissions reduction will be priced into our economy whether we like it or not. We can sit on our hands and close our eyes at great cost, both financially and to the quality of life of our community, or we can outline what the future will look like, prepare people and do our bit, which is what this strategy does.
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. I'm going to give the mover, Councillor Stallard, his right of reply if he wishes to exercise it.
Thanks, Nick. Just responding to some of the issues that have been raised during the debate, and thanking my colleagues for the contributions. Firstly, this idea that our efforts in mitigation won't make a difference. They will make exactly the difference of the emissions that we reduce. And that's the same for everyone on the planet. There are many reasons to take action, moral reasons, leadership reasons, practical reasons. Small emitting countries added up are about 40% of the global emissions. If they don't do anything, we don't make any progress. Scientific reasons. Every time we hop in the car, use fossil fuels, 10 to 20% of that is still in the air 10,000 years from now. That's something we can't afford to do. Logical reasons. If we break the world into lots of little small cells and say to all of them, you're all too small to make a difference, take no action, we get nowhere. And by analogy, I assume we'll all be voting in October. Why vote? It's just one vote a minute. It won't make any difference. Don't vote. Okay, we should also look beyond targets because this strategy lays a comprehensive framework for action. It's a path ahead in all aspects of our work that will actually deliver good outcomes. We've seen in terms of costs, the problems where we're at now have risen from two aspects of, I think, our psychology that make its way into our economics. Firstly, we discount the future. Very bad move for long-term problems. Second, we're happy to externalise costs. They're only externalised in the short term. They come back to us. What we're doing now is borrowing from future generations. And we're saying, we're going to live the party. You will pay for the costs later. And at some stage, we have to change that and take responsibility ourselves. The idea that we have no clear plan. What we're doing has not been done before. We are learning as we go. We know enough about the way forward that we have strong values and a desire to protect life on Earth. We know the financial costs of the current path or taking inadequate action are far greater than the costs of taking action. That's enough of a plan to start this journey. I think in terms of where the action is occurring, we are in charge of our own destiny. I think there's so much cause to celebrate in so many ways what's brought us to this point in terms of collaborations, whether it's at the global level with all the wonderful work of the United Nations, whether it's at the national level, the bipartisan work that went to the Zero Carbon Amendment to the Climate Change Response Act that was supported by all parties except maybe someone who was absent. And the collaborations at the local level, there are so many, I think of the work, the fantastic work of the Climate Forum and the advice they give us and so on. And together that's helped us to deliver the strategy before us. So look, I hope everyone can support this from today and from tomorrow onwards. We'll give everything we can to making it a success. We can be optimistic about this. We can get so many positive outcomes. We just need to decide to throw our lot in and get started.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to do a division on this simply because, I'm sorry, did I overlook?
I was just going to say, can Matty go first because he's trying to get out the door. Can someone ask his
He's got the advantage of A, discrimination. So he gets to go first regardless. I am going to ask the Chief Executive to do a formal vote. And the reason is that this is quite a substantive document involving 8 months. And I think there are some colleagues that would wish it their way. So the motion is for the adoption. I ask the Chief Executive to carry a vote on resolutions 1 to 6.
1 to 6, second, please.
Councillor Anderson.
Aye. You can go now.
Councillor Benj.
No.
Councillor Brand.
No.
Councillor Courtney. Councillor Hodgson.
Aye.
Councillor Pakipaki.
Right.
Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Rollo.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
No.
Councillor Stallard.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor.
Aye.
His Worship the Mayor.
Aye. I'm going to declare, because I don't have to count, the resolution carried. Council is adjourned till 1:30 for lunch. Thank you all. Piece of work completed. of our bylaw on camping. This has been through quite a long process. I invite officials to come forward and to present the final report on this issue, enable questions, and then for it to be dealt with. Again, thank you for both of your work. I've got my fingers crossed that this is in reasonably tidy shape and won't take too long, but I'm always surprised sometimes. In your good hands.
Nick, thank you very much. As you say, Council has spent a lot of time through workshops and previous papers on this matter. Mr. Harrington and Ms. Coleman have put a huge amount of effort into providing you with the best advice possible, and it's very high quality advice in my view. I think you've probably seen all this in great depth before, so probably not necessary for the team to speak to the report in great depth, but I'll hand over to Paul and Susan just to introduce the paper.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, just reiterating that, Council deliberated the submissions on the draft bylaw at the 12th of June meeting, and the final bylaw in front of you reflects the decisions that were made at that meeting with some additional tweaks of clarification. So today's adoption is the final step in the formal process to adopt the bylaw, and we're very happy to take the paper to read and answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, open for questions from any colleagues on the new Responsible Camping Bylaw 2025.
Happy to move.
It's been moved and seconded. Look, I just had some questions just about understanding the transition coming into the new bylaw. Got no questions about the paper. Could you just go through the measures? There will be quite high community expectations around signage. Can somebody just give Andrew, one of the team, a bit of, we adopt this today, that's the end of our work, but I'm quite keen just to understand publicly how the transition to the new bylaw will work.
Sure, kia ora koutou. Really, we've got 2.5, 3 months to get this implemented, and it shouldn't really be an issue. We're just going to work with our transport team to remove the line marking that's currently there and put it in place where it needs to be for the new areas. And then I've already been around all the signs and reviewed them and made a bit of a high level plan. So a lot of them will come down, and we'll just be reinstalling signs that have a slightly different messaging, a bit more welcoming, and just pointing people in the right direction for other amenities as well, like the Superloo and that sort of thing, and other areas.
One of the questions I have about the signage is we've got areas at the moment, say, for instance, like at Isle Park and Stoke, which are going to be prohibited. So quite clearly we'll have a sign there. The bit of community angst is about there are areas at the moment that are not legally permitted but are a problem area. Is there going to be sufficient budget for some of those problematic areas where it's not really been regulated that we're going to be able to get some signage up?
Yes, yeah, there will. Look, and we are aware of those areas. And I think for the other areas that are not permitted, that haven't been freedom camping areas, we would just be a bit more reactive with them. And the strategy would be, don't put signs out where we don't need them, but where we know that there's an issue, then we put a sign up.
Thank you. Councillor Rowland.
Thanks, Nick. My question is around the excuse me. Good afternoon, team. My question is around the policing of the responsible camping, and can I take from your comments around 2 to 3 months to setting it up? That's when we'll start looking at policing it. When does that officially become the bylaw? Today or in 3 months' time?
Yeah, the official day is October the 1st when it comes into force, and that's around the same time as when enforcement would kick in anyway. So that works well.
Councillor Courtney.
Yes, thanks, Nick. Can I take this a little bit further? What form does the enforcement take? And what sort of routines and time span are there between visits to these various sites?
Yeah, we have was just checking to see if Mandy was here, but that's a good question. And I could tell you how it was in the past, and then it will be probably a varied version of that. In the past, there was 2 rounds. In the evening, there would be more of an educational visit, and they would go around, not every site every night, but the majority, and they would give information out. And that would be usually just one officer. In the morning, it's more of an enforcement approach, and that's when the infringements will be issued, and there's usually 2 officers on those patrols. So on top of that, there's reactive enforcement as well. So if someone calls up, there's someone in the wrong place, they would respond to that. So look, I'm imagining it would be a similar approach to that. I can't speak to it in great detail, but that's the approach that's been taken in the past.
Thank you very much. That's very comforting.
I don't want to micromanage your signage. We gave some discussion at the deliberation stage. So it's a question, not an instruction. Do you think it's going to be possible on the signage and some of the areas where we are prohibiting camping to include on that signage information about our big campgrounds like Maitai, Brook and Tahunanui, or is that unrealistic? Or is it still sort of in the ether?
That's a good question. I think what would be a really good idea is to have a QR code on the signs that just directs users to a landing page, and we could have all the information on there about other areas to freedom camping grounds, other amenities, facilities. But there may be opportunities to put direct information about campgrounds as well, but particularly, for example, at the bottom of the Maitai Valley or something, Brook Valley.
Good, thank you.
Matty's got his hand up on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matty.
Kia ora, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, cool. Hey, thank you for bringing it up, me and Nick. And I'm not sure whether it was covered, but as far as signage in spaces where there isn't signage, and you did mention that you've identified some spaces, would that include Pioneer Park, given Faye specifically mentioned it in her submission?
Through you, Matt, yes, that is one of the areas I was thinking about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, the motion's been moved by the Deputy Mayor. It's been seconded by Councillor Sanson. Do I have that in the right order? Thank you, officers. This is the end of a long process, and the lack of questions today should be interpreted as a high level of satisfaction in a piece of work that's been very well led by our staff team. Is there anybody that wishes to speak to the resolutions regarding the new responsible camping bylaw? That being the case, I shall put resolutions 1 to 9. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. Thanks, Maddie. We got you. And I think it has been passed unanimously. We now move to item 7.4 on the agenda, on page 225 of the agenda, and invite Alicia and Nikki to come forward on the event strategy. Welcome. We're all ears if you'd like to cover the report and the amendments that are being proposed.
Yes, just through you, Mr. Chair, to say that this is really an opportunity for us to just sharpen up what we're doing under the event strategy, get a bit better value and support better decision making without going through the whole process that a complete review of the event strategy and consultation and so on would take. So I think it's pretty clear. We've got attached a copy of the event strategy with all of those changes highlighted in yellow. So happy to take the report as read, and we can just answer any questions.
The one question I had off it was what level of expenditure per year is going to be guided by this event strategy. And the reason I've been a little bit confused is that there are a number of different pots of funds that relate to events. Sometimes we discount the hireage of events. So could you just please advise me what funding decisions are the buckets, effectively I could ask, on an annual basis, not interested in forever, that are going to be guided in their expenditure decisions on the basis of this amended strategy?
Kia ora. So through the chair, so are you looking at the different buckets that make up the total amount of events funding?
Oh, well, what I'm trying to do is to understand, I know that we have funding that is made available to the Nelson Economic Development Agency and others who then administer this. Can you tell me what's the name of the funds and how much is in them per year that will be influenced by the amended event strategy that we're adopting?
Sure. So there are two contestable funds. One is the economic component of the Nelson Events Fund, and the 24-25 amount included was 383,600. And for 2025-26, that's 384,900. And then there's the community component of the Nelson Events Fund. So that's managed in-house, not by the Nelson Regional Development Agency, and that's about 84,000 per year. And then there's in-council delivered events and LTP funded external events, and that adds up to a total of around 2,130,000. Yeah, approximately as an estimate.
The piece that I wanted to understand, sometimes the council allows its venues to be used at a discounted or lower cost. I'm not talking about the Trafalgar Centre, that debate has been and gone. Other venues, is the decisions that council staff make about waivering those fees going to be fit within the ambit of where the event strategy applies?
Through the chair, no.
Okay.
I guess is the straightforward answer.
All right, that's right. No, I'm not neither agreeing or disagreeing. I just would like to know. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Nick, through the chair. Thanks for this. On page 251, I think, of our agenda, it's in the attachment, and the in red it says Nelson Regional Identity Framework. Have you got that page in front? Yeah, and then in black and yellow it's got the Our Place branding. I just wondered, is that in alignment with NRDA? Like, have NRDA changed their branding, and so they're removing the red and they're adopting the black?
That's correct.
Interesting. I mean, I think it's good. My question was really, is this in alignment with NRDA? So I'm assuming that that's why that changes, but it seems a little bit kind of, I don't know, indefinable or something, just those words. I'm surprised that it's less
just through the chair to explain, the Regional Development Agency last year went through a long process with a bunch of stakeholders looking at the identity, and this is the new brand. Yeah.
I mean, I do remember them giving us an update on that. I actually really support the new approach. It's just interesting to see it contrasted. But yeah, I'm comfortable with where it's landed. That was my only question.
Any other questions from colleagues? Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Is there any intention of bringing back Bay Dreams or a similar event to that?
Through the chair, that's not up to us. It was the events organiser who decided not to hold it here any longer, so it's not something we can control.
You can say yes or no.
That's it. Only say yes if they ask, and they're not wanting to come here at the moment.
So if a similar event, or that they had a change of mind, would it get a yes or a no?
If it's a commercial entity wanting to have an event here, it's really they hire a venue and they interact with council to the extent that they need consents or they need a traffic management plan, but it's not us to say yes or no to events that want to operate in Nelson.
But I'd safe to say, Matthew, we'd look at every opportunity on its merits, and if something came up that we thought as a collective that it was a good thing for this region, then I'm sure we would look at it actively. And it's a shame that Bay Dreams is not happening, but it was their decision.
I have the opposite opinion, but and I don't know whether is to be talked about later, is it? Not now.
Oh, today's decision is not one about particular events. It's about us being comfortable that the strategy, that the guidance that we're giving to council staff in those funding decisions, and I at the beginning tried to extract what funding decisions will be influenced. But the process we have within council is that we're not making the individual decisions, whether it be the cricket or whether it be the Bays Festival. What we are doing today is saying, hey, here's the strategy under which council staff, including the chief executive, will make decisions on events.
Well, I mean, the cricket was almost stopped due to a ban on alcohol. I went to Bay Dreams the last time it was held, and it just seemed, when it comes to alcohol and so forth, it was very hypocritical because half the people walking down the street were already drunk. I sat at Pioneer Park for about half an hour, and then the drug use, which we supplied tents for, and we as council also paid for the testing, which I thought was for individual people to go and have their drugs, illegal drugs, tested. That's not what was going on. It was the drug dealers that we paid to have their drugs tested and certified. And I think the whole thing was, you know, there's been lots of days here where we've struggled with allowing someone to have a legal bar where there is all the rules that you have to comply with. And that event, if that wasn't, it was binge drinking to the extreme. My son was one of them. And the drug thing, where we accepted that illegal drugs were sold, and I don't have a problem with taking precautions so that nobody dies or ends up, you know, in a bad way. But the drug dealers who were coming, and we paid 20 grand for that. And I just think it sends absolute the wrong message. And I really think that if it was going to be started again, that some serious questions to be asked about what we're doing there.
Well, we just need to pull back to where we're at, and that is, this is firstly, if you've got a question for our officers on this, more than happy to take it. The second thing is both the Bay Dreams and the cricket are behind us. So I don't really want to relitigate where we've been. The question before us is, are the event strategy that we have going forward giving our officials the right instructions about how we want to promote events? Now,
are we not allowed to learn from history?
Of course we are. All I'm simply saying is that I'm going to facilitate you asking officers questions, and when we come to the debate, I'm more than happy to accommodate a wide range of views.
Well, I asked you whether now was the time or not, and I thought I got the nod.
No, the time now is questions, and then after the motions is moved and our officers have been released, then you're more than happy to debate.
Just say, do you agree?
I'm not trying to be difficult, Matthew.
No, well, I said is now the time, or does it come later?
And the answer is now is the time for questions. There will be a time for debating comments.
Thank you.
And the fault is much mine in the sense that I try to be a bit relaxed. Are there any, Campbell, Councillor Rollo's got a question.
Thanks, Nick. My question is, does council or the NRDA actually fund anyone to go out and try and lure events to Nelson? Or is that a budget line that we should be looking at in the future? Yeah.
So through the chair, the events lead at the NRDA assists event organisers once they apply and helps where they can in terms of supporting the event. And there is a business events function which does work at attracting and marketing for events to be held, business events to be held in Nelson.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Nick. Alish, thanks for your report. I see here this is the first refresh since 2018, is that correct?
That's correct. So the strategy was adopted in 2018.
Yeah, it seems quite a long time, because I would have thought that sometimes events would, I can sense another question coming, some events have a finite life. So my question would be that in the past 7 years, have a number of events moved out of support, away from support from council because their finite life had come to an end?
Through the chair, yes, events do sort of have a life cycle, and the event strategy sits a bit above that. So it's the framework in which they apply. So we've been fortunate that it's maintained its relevance for this length of time. Needs a bit of a tweak now, but within that, yes, events have come and gone over that time.
Another follow-up, if I could, if you just indulge me, Nick. I'm most interested in enhancing the low season. And picking up from what Councillor Rollo just said about enticing people, are you aware, Alicia, of programs to encourage activity, events in the low season? Because it's been an ongoing challenge, and I just wonder whether we're playing an active role in that area or not. Similar question to what Campbell Rollo asked.
Sure. So the NRDA are actively trying to promote tourism activity through the shoulder seasons and the low season. So that does in some ways encompass events, and where applicants apply to the events fund, that is one of the criteria that we look at to, support events that are trying to be in that kind of shoulder seasons or low season during winter when there's not as much tourism activity.
Well, that's good. So you steer them in that direction over those months. Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Okay, if there's no further questions, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Tim.
When you're blind.
You're hiding behind the screen there.
Right, no,
that's not his fault.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you for that. I'm always a big supporter and get excited about event strategy and what we did term before last, and I thought we'd progressed it even further, that great strategy. But you talk about the amendments to it, which I just lost my page here, which has been highlighted in that target market analysis by Benj, not the same spelling as you, Matthew, but Benj and Patterson report. So we've got the enhanced low season, which was very much part of our mission statement in EFOS and NRDA, which I'd always sit down with NRDA, and I know we had focus groups and workshops, and they were always on board on that and actually did a huge amount of work on that on our behalf, and I leaned on them a lot. And then the other one is focus on drive target market and cities connected by air. I think that's what we did as well anyway. And then alignment with our Nelson events calendar, which was also very much on overstaff, do that, a lot of work on that in NRDA and in the workshops, even last term. So what we got here, you're updating the strategy. Is it just putting a more focus on those three things, or I assume that I know those are already a part of our strategy. So we're just really acknowledging a report which told us what we already know. So I'm being a bit blunt there. It's a report that seems to tell us what we already know, or maybe this council didn't, but previous councils put that into writing in workshops and votes and consultation very strongly. So is this really highlighting those or saying we didn't, it needs to be updated?
Yes, you're asking me what's changed.
Yeah, well put.
Through the mayor. So you're right. The event strategy was definitely pointed in the right direction, and this is why this is just a refresh, not a review. But the target market wording, that is different. It was different previously, not entirely, but the focus now. We've got some good economic data about where our main visitors are coming from and how to really drill down on those ones. We're enhancing the low season just by moving it a month. So used to include March, but we're finding there's very high visitor numbers at that time. So it's not really worth including it. So we're moving it to start in April for the low season. And then there's just that angle around food and beverage. We're doing a lot in arts and culture and a lot in sport, and that's working really well for the visitors. But there is a gap. We could be doing more around food and beverage. And in fact, there was some recent feedback just this week from the Chamber of Commerce, who'd been talking to the Chinese consul, and asked what would be good to attract Chinese tourists to Nelson, and they said number one thing was around food, especially seafood.
Like festivals, events.
Yeah, events involving food. So so that's good feedback and supports where this refresh is taking us.
Okay, thank you for that. And have we used Benjamin Patterson before, or is it?
Benji Patterson does the regular economic reporting on the region for NRDA, so we get reports from him every year.
And to the Mayor and CEO and staff, previous terms, the BL reports are really helpful, and we had, which we don't longer have with NRDA, used to do those, got the terminology or probably recall, like the FPOS credit transactions, so we got an idea of where and how and what the type of people, what's the word for it, the demographics that we're looking for, and expenditure coming in and what sort of seasons. And I always used to lean, as you probably recall, used to lean on that in RDA. What was the latest credit card expenditure? Where was it? High, low, or different?
Through the chair, that data was no longer available to us because of the way the banks changed their data collection. So the NRDA does gather other information which really makes up the picture, but from different sources.
And so with this Benj Patterson report, that's probably helped fill that gap. Okay, well, thank you for that. I'll look forward to more of those, because they work greatly as a committee, and focus groups and workshops to really work in, and the feedback from yourselves where we had those gaps. So yeah, my commentary is we're already heading that direction, but I enjoy that feedback about changing that month to get a better use of the dollar. Thank you.
Nikki, I have one line of questioning, which is I'm wanting to put my oar in, and I don't know where. As I understand it, at the moment, we provide the Nelson Economic Development Agency for the next year with about 385 million in the figures that was given to Elise. And that goes into an events fund. And then there are events that are selected and sponsored as a consequence of that. Now, the piece that I think is not quite right is that, am I correct that the Tasman District Council does not put any events funding through the Nelson Economic Development Agency?
Yes, that's correct. They have a small amount of 300,000. I wouldn't like to say, but it's a smallish amount of funding for events in their area, but it doesn't come through the events fund.
Here's the piece, and it's whether the strategy is the right place to set the policy. The thing that concerns me is that I go to an event, and my understanding is that the only local government support for that event is coming from the Nelson City Council via the Nelson Economic Development Agency. But the branding of the Economic Development Agency appears on it, creating an impression as a joint agency that in fact Tasman is contributing to it. Am I correct that there are no Nelson Economic Development Agency sponsored events that are receiving any funding from Tasman District?
I'm not sure that I could rule that out entirely, because events may apply to them and the NRDA may take on an overarching role in some cases, but it wouldn't be the norm.
Here's where I want to put my oar in, and that is, I don't think events that are solely being sponsored by the Nelson City Council, even though the funding is going through the RDA, should have the RDA's branding on it. It should only have Nelson City if we're the only source of the funds. And the reason I want to do that is just be quite transparent with the community, because, for instance, the discussion about cricket, my experience at the cricket games is that there's about 50-50 of people there, and it's just an estimate from Tasman and from Nelson. And they ask me and say to me, oh, Tasman's supporting this because they support the RDA, where actually that is incorrect. Now, I'm long-term wanting Tasman to be a more equal party in the Nelson Economic Development Agency. I come back to my question, and that is, where is the proper place, and is it the strategy for me to put my oar in, and that is that where the Nelson City Council is the sole funder, that is represented in the branding. That is, in my view, to have the Nelson Economic Development Agency that includes Tasman as a partner as branded events when all of the funding comes from us is misleading. And is the strategy the right place for me to put that oar in?
Look, I'm happy to take that as part of this conversation, go away and talk to the NRDA about making that happen. I think that's a reasonable point.
Councillor Sanson?
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Just following on from Mayor Nick's query, I feel like we would need to understand the implications of that. I assume, you know, maybe NRDA would need to feed information through to you and potentially a report come back to this table, because I anticipate that NRDA, you know, has branding that's on that stuff, which actually elevates them, I guess, as an entity as well, and their staff work on these commercial events. So I would just be reluctant for that to be seen as guidance that they should be removed from everything. Like, I feel like we need more information.
What if I were to email around the result of my conversation with the NRDA, and if you feel that there was a need for a report, you could let me know and I'll do that.
I'm just saying is that if it wasn't in the strategy, where would it be? Because I may have a different view. I want to be absolutely transparent with the ratepayers and the people that attend events. That's being funded by council. That's being funded jointly with Tasman through the RDA. That's the bit that I just want to be open with the public about.
Generally, the signage issue wouldn't sit in the strategy. It's more of an operational discussion between staff here and at the NRDA.
Okay, that's a good answer. So what that says to me is no, I don't need to raise it today, but we're open to having a discussion around how that appears. But it's about, in my view, being transparent with the community about who's funding what. Councillor, yes, same topic.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick question of clarification in terms of the corporate events fund, the NRDA or the economic events fund the NRDA administers. Practically speaking, do we wrap that up and give it to them as part of our sort of overall payments, grant payments to them, or does that pot of money still sit with council? It's just they do the admin for it.
Through the chair, we transfer it over at intervals, but it is kept quite separate to their bulk funding.
It's a cute way of me wanting Tasman to come to the party and supporting some events. It's being transparent with the community about which they are funding. It's not that I don't want to partner with Tasman. It's just not a very good partnership when we're paying 100% of the bills. Campbell.
Mayor Nick, I have one question, but I thought I should just clarify. With our relationship with Tasman at Saxton Field, we should note that they do give us a huge amount of money to make the grass look green at Saxton Oval. It might not necessarily go towards the event, but in terms of the preparation and maintenance. So while I completely agree we need to get a bit more money out of them, we don't want to lose that money for the plans we have for the cricket oval. So I've opened
a bit of a can of worms.
But my question was, in terms of this document, when we refresh it today, I guess it's a bit along my lines of luring the events here, but how accessible is this to people in the event space? Like, if they Google, I want to have an event in Nelson, is this accessible enough for them to see, or is it just something that we have for ourselves and look at when we're putting events on?
So they would probably be directed to the Nelson Regional Development Agency website alongside of the council website, and the event strategy is clearly available through those channels.
Thank you. I'm happy to move this when you're ready to.
I'm happy. I've got moved and seconded by Campbell Rollo, seconded by Councillor Skinner. Thank you to officers for their answer to questions. The recommendations to adopt the revised strategy is now for debate. Does the mover wish to say
absolutely? I just want to, that this is a space that we really need to promote amongst our region. I believe we're lacking events at key times. And so if we can do everything to lure new events and initiatives, not just community based, but nationally recognised as well. And just for your information, me and Nick, I know the low season is April to November, which somehow clashes with the Wellington Phoenix football season as well. So if you want a new event to come to Nelson, maybe we could write them a letter and try and get a game of football here.
I'd love to see the Phoenix play in Nelson. Whether it's within our budget, we're going to leave it to them to decide on the strategy. Councillor Skinner.
Hey, thank you for that. And I know the NRDA and our staff work very hard on this. As you see with weather, etc., getting those events where people can come from around the country too, and we've got to put on good events. When we say we should be supporting those clubs and organisations and promoters who bring the events here. But we've got to have our facilities, and we do have very good facilities, but are also conscious of other councils getting better and better facilities, and not to reiterate on the likes of all-weather turf, but things similar to that to make sure that organisations, when they say, hey, we're going to have a football tournament or a music event over 3 days, or a Highland dancing event at Trafalgar Park or Trafalgar Centre, that they know that there's little risk of it being disrupted by weather or travel or accommodation. And that's more and more of a mind of promoters and clubs and organisations when they decide to have an age group tournament, which brings a lot of economic gain as well as social gain. But I fear we've lost a number of those in the sporting area because of our facilities in parts. We're not accommodating those higher expectations. And it's difficult for us as an organisation because we're always trying to meet the expectations which were greater than a generation ago, whether it be changing rooms, whether it's a muddy field, whether it's playing in the rain, or smooth accommodation or transportation. So those are always pressures on our budget, but also keep in mind that it's things like artificial turf, etc., and there's other examples. They are very necessary when it comes to event organisers or music events, culture events, that they know that there's little risk. Otherwise, they end up going somewhere else like Christchurch or Palmerston North, who cater very well for those events. But once again, I want to compliment on this bit of information. I'll be going through this with a bit more of a fine-tuned comb to get a better understanding of what those dynamics and demographics are and where we're missing. And that's a good point that Nikki brought out in regards to moving a month. I'm also very conscious that we can spend a lot of energies and time trying to get events in the off season, but sometimes you maybe have to close that season down a bit and really focus on our busy season as well. I'm very conscious of the likes of our hospitality going through tough times at the moment, and those are things that already have a knock-on effects. They struggle if we don't have good events, whatever it is, here in Nelson. So it's always an ongoing effort. And when we got Bay Dreams, that was a combined effort from our staff, from NRDA, from our council to say, hey, these events, we want big events here. But as Councillor Benj quite rightly raised, we've also got to be careful how it sits in with our culture and expectations.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. It's been moved. Councillor Benj.
Well, you know what I wanted to talk about because I've already said it. And I stick by that. I can't think of any event or any hotel or any place where the amount of drunkenness would be legally allowed. If virtually all the kids, and they were teenage into their 20s basically, were intoxicated and then with the party pills. There isn't any other place that this would be tolerated. There isn't. If people behaved like that in a licensed premises, they would be escorted out. And the bit about where we pay to verify the illegal drug sellers' drugs, it just doesn't seem right, and it doesn't seem that a council should be associated with that, let alone spending large amounts of money with that. I don't want to go over the top about it, but I just think it was wrong. I spent a bit of time there. I walked through the crowd up to the front of the stage. And I know when I was a kid and with early closing and all the rest of it, it reminded me of that. And I don't think we want to go back to that sort of drunkenness that was in New Zealand with early closing and what used to happen in pubs. It's totally not tolerated now. And I don't think that council should be part of actually encouraging that. I want to say one other thing about off-season. And my colleague here, Mr. Rollo's used the word lure twice. I'm a bit worried about that word. It sounds a bit lascivious if we're luring people here.
It's in the fishing term.
Yes, but
Nigel told me it.
good. But
Point of order, Mr.
I've looked
Take
at this.
responsibility.
I've looked at this issue in the past with tourism, and everyone always asks the question, "What do we do in the off season?" But I've seen quite a few studies or actual things that have happened where people have done more in the on season, and they've made a lot more money out of it. Because in the on season, people are already voted with their feet. That's why it's an on season. In the off season, you're almost better to close your doors and save your money from a financial point of view. And I think, okay, let's not necessarily ignore the off season, but I'm saying maybe effort should be put into doing more in the on season, because it's been proved many times that the financial result is far, far better when you do things in the on season. Thank you.
Any other contributions? If not being the case, I'm going to put resolutions 1 and 2 with respect to the refresh of the Nelson event strategy. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. We come to item 7.5 on the agenda and invite Nikki to report to us on Susan's. The new Nikki is going to report to us on the proposal for a sister city relationship with Marsa Lebrenz.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. The request to establish a sister city with Marsa Lebrenz, I've been practicing that, was initiated by Club Italia Nelson. The club has a long history and they have facilitated the discussions with both councils and have advocated strongly for this relationship to go ahead, demonstrating the local Italian community's support for this relationship. The Sister Cities and International Visitors Coordinating Group has also discussed this proposal and express their support for it. I'm sure the chair may wish to elaborate on that. So I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions.
I had one question, Susan, and that was the makeup of the committee that Trudy Brand chairs as the coordinating group for the sister cities. Does it automatically say that there's a representative from Miyazu, there's a representative from Hongshu and Yangjiang? Does it automatically say there would be a representative from the Italian club with this new sister city relationship, or would we need to subsequently amend that?
Nick, I'd have to check that, but my understanding is it actually states that there would be membership from each of the sister cities, so that would cover that.
So we don't need to resolve that. It may be academic in the sense that after we pass this resolution, as I understand it, we would then have the discussion about what would make up an sister city relationship, and it wouldn't be formalised until that agreement is reached with Marsa Lebrenz. Is that the correct pronunciation?
It's Marsa Lebrenz. That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. Yeah, I think I'm just rereading the report and just wanting to really understand the connection with Marsa Lebrenz. I see it's quite a small city with a population of only about 13,000. But I guess it's really because of the Club Italia connection that's why that particular city's been chosen. Did they consider other options, like why that one over others? Just because I'm curious, is there alignment around arts or food or, fishing industry, or I'm just really interested in why that one over all the other possible options in Italy.
Through you, Nick, I can't comment on what other options they considered. However, there are very strong links in the tourism industry, food and hospitality, beverage, fishing, and also we are aware that we had our first immigrant from there. We definitely had immigration from there since 1905. That's in the encyclopedia. It may have been earlier than that as well. But so there are very strong connections between the community from that perspective.
There are no further questions for Susan. Would Councillor Brand be prepared to move the
Yes, I would.
Happy to second. The Councillor Skinner whipped in before the Mayor had the opportunity. Motion's been moved by Councillor Brand, seconded by Councillor Skinner. It's now. Thank you, Susan. Thank you for the work of the team. The floor is Councillor Brand.
Thank you. So Nelson actually has a special bond with Massa Labrenzi, and it goes back over 160 years. So this is why this part of Italy has been chosen. The Italian migrants arrived in us in 1862. The Club Italia formed in 1931, and it shows how strong and proud our Italian community has been ever since. Our city proudly honours its Italian roots, like the Italian Festival, the International Film Festival, and the installation of the heritage panels down by Grove Street, highlighting that they did the market gardens and the tomatoes and everything like that. So they actually brought that to the Nelson region. This shows a real commitment to preserving and sharing the important part of our history. We also have a number of our local businesses that help keep the Italian spirit alive, and their family connections go back to Massa Labrenzi. So creating a formal sister city relationship with them feels like the natural next step. It would honour the deep roots of our families that our families share and bring us closer through culture, friendship and shared opportunities. At the same time, we're committed to supporting this new relationship alongside our existing sister city relationships, ensuring that each one receives the respect and attention they deserve without compromising resources. This isn't about history, it's about keeping that warm connection alive and growing for both of our communities now and in the future generations. And this isn't the first time that our Club Italia has tried to seek a formal sister city relationship through our two areas. So I'm excited that we're finally able to bring this to the table.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Did the seconder wish to speak? Can I indicate my very strong support for the work that Councillor Brand and the Sister City Group has done in developing this proposal. Nelson should be hugely proud of the deep relationships, and unique by New Zealand standards, with Italy, going more than 100 years back to when the early settlers came from the town of Massa Labrenzi to Nelson. It is my view that council's role in international relations is quite small and needs to be quite focused. The only way these sister city relationships can be sustained is through strong volunteerism in a community group. Recently, the council acknowledged that the Eureka relationship in California was not sustainable, and that there was no longer any volunteers in Nelson that were interested in maintaining the relationship. The reason that I think this relationship has good prospects of sustaining is that our Italian club is nearly 100 years old. The festival that they arrange each year is actually a larger festival than either our Miyazu city celebrates with Japan or with China without a sister city relationship. I also note that in tight financial times, this paper does not involve any additional expenditure. It simply focuses directly on our sister city relationships, taking the money out of the Global Cities Organisation where we've had an allocation available there. And so I think it is better to spend the money on those special relationships. The last part I'd like to note is that I am keen for our sister city relationships to have a greater economic lens on them. And if you look at Nelson as an exporting sector, our key markets are Asia, Europe, and North America. I note that we have recently signed a free trade agreement in 2024 with the European Union. The European Union is the largest free trading zone in the world. And I have held a view for some time that it's appropriate for us to have a city in Europe of which there are appropriate other links for us to connect with. Can I also just conclude by paying tribute to Flavia and the members of the Italian community in Nelson who have championed this. Their volunteer effort and energy I have found quite very impressive, but it's part of what gives me the confidence that if we do form a sister city relationship here, that there is the volunteerism to be able to maintain it. So thanks to Trudy for their work. The next piece of work with this resolution being paid will be for us to have form a formal sister city relationship, just as we did 49 years ago with the city of Miyazu in Japan, and in 1993 with Hangzhou, and more recently with Yangjiang. And so the passage of this paper will enable us to be able to have this discussion with the civic leaders of Massa Liberns who have written to us and have wanted this relationship with us. Councillor Bench.
I think this is a great idea. At 5 o'clock in the morning at the Nelson Market, you can hear Italian being spoken. You can also see it because they wave their arms everywhere. And they're the descendants of the people that started in the wood, and they're still growing Roma tomatoes, basil, and mozzarella, which is the red, green and white of their flag. So there is a strong connection there, and I think this is a great idea.
Any other contributions? That being the case, I'll put the two resolutions. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We come to item 7.6. Invite Paul and Andrew to present on the new trail in the Marsden Valley.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I feel like I should change my name to Paul today because there's Paul and Andrew actually, but wouldn't it be amazing if it was the 3 Ps? Okay, so I'll just do a quick introduction here, and it's mainly an introduction of Paul Jennings, who you all know, but Paul Jennings came into the new trail-based recreation advisor role around 10 months ago, I think it was. It's really neat when you get somebody coming into a new role and they really make it their own and they make some really big strides in terms of the quality of the service that council provides to the community. So Paul already had lots of relationships, but has really driven this trail-based recreation program well, both in a cost-effective way, building relationships with external organisations, doing a huge amount of work in finalising the detail of the agreement with Kawata Limited over access to Kawata's whenua for the benefit of recreationists and events coming to Nelson. We would have struggled to get as far as we have without Paul doing this amazing work, which is really based on relationships. This report here, while it may seem quite simple, I think is really quite significant in that it is continuing to develop our trail-based recreation at minimal cost to the ratepayer through the relationships that we develop with other organisations. So I'll hand over to Paul now to introduce the report.
Kia ora. I'll just give a quick introduction on the strategy, but just before I do, just to reiterate what Andrew's comments, Paul is just the ideal person in this role. He's been very passionate about knowing the trails and also knowing the users of the trails, which is just really key in this area. There's a lot of clubs and trusts and obviously Kawata and other users. So probably just before I think this council was formed, we adopted the out and about strategy. So the members that were here in the last triennium will remember that. I don't think it's been before this council. But it's essentially, it was originally born around 10 years ago out of just a high demand for new trails and also some pretty tough relationships between stakeholders and council. And so it's not only about implementation and building trails and hubs, it's also about, having a vision and aims and those relationships and expectations of users and establishes processes and protocols. It was reviewed in 2022. And one addition through that review was including a little clause that just said if a new trail needs to be added, we just need to amend the strategy by way of a resolution. And if it's on Kawata land, it would just be a decision of Kawata that would come to us. So today is not a full review. Having said that, it probably is pretty due over the next year or so, just because with the new agreement we have with Kawata, there's some new priorities there. So that might be a piece of it that comes for the new council at some point. So the decision today is just around amending the strategies appendix to propose an additional volunteer-built trail. And I'd just love to offer you, Paul, the opportunity to talk to that trail if there's any specifics of the benefits or anything, if you've got anything to add.
Thanks for the kind welcome, everyone. Appreciate that. Yeah, this trail at first glance, if you look at the strategy, one of our priorities is to build a broader network where we've got about 50% of our trails are what we class as grade 5 and 6, which are the more extreme end of the difficulty scale, which is what Nelson's sort of known for. But the challenge we've had is finding suitable land to build grade 3 and 4 trails. We're making really good progress now with the Kawata agreement, having access to the sort of the Groom Creek Arboretum type area. So we've now identified areas where we can build those trails. This proposal isn't about that. This will be a grade 5 trail, which is hand built. So there's probably a discrepancy there between the overall focus of the strategy and this work. I just wanted to highlight that this doesn't undermine that. We're still making really great progress with that. But this opportunity in Marsden, which is a really difficult place to build trails, came to us from the volunteers. And it's just a good opportunity to work with the volunteers. Several years ago, we had a challenge of keeping volunteers close to us and making sure that the work they were doing was in line with what we wanted them to do. Part of that conversation was for them to come to us in the first instance and to have a conversation with us. We'd explore the opportunities and hopefully be able to progress some things with them. This is an opportunity probably to showcase that trust that we've asked them to put in us to deliver it. So I just want to say there's a few facets to it. It doesn't necessarily address the overall need for the trails we have in Nelson, but it's a great trail in a really good spot that does provide a wide range of services to a number of users, but also helps us build that relationship with the volunteers in the Marsden area. So,
a couple of quick fire questions from me, unless you had further comments from officers. No? My quick fire questions is, firstly, is all of the new proposed trail in the Marsden Valley Reserve?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's all on our land?
It is, yeah.
And what commitment are we going into? You've got the cost of building it. What about in terms of the ongoing maintenance? Is the City Council making any commitments in terms of its ongoing maintenance?
Yeah, no, the way this sort of trail is proposed by the Nelson Mountain Bike Club, so it's volunteers who are working as an arm of the Mountain Bike Club. The Mountain Bike Club would develop an MOU with us, so generally they will undertake all of the building and the costs. We may come in with some advice or throughout, but it's generally the cost of the building sits with the volunteers, and then there's a 10-year maintenance MOU that we create with the club as well going forward from there, so that we don't inherit a trail that has a high cost burden to it. Generally after that 10-year period they're pretty well settled, so it's much less of a risk for the council to inherit it after that.
Sounds like a no-brainer to me. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora, Paul and Andrew. Thanks very much for this. I'm happy to move it if it's helpful, Mayor Nick, although you might want to. But I am curious, Paul Jennings, about your comment that it's difficult to build trails in Marsden. I'm just wondering why.
Yes, so it's more the topography. You'd think it was easier than it is, but the more detail you get into there, it's quite a challenging area, very steep gullies, a lot of erosion. It's not as, if you look at somewhere like Waitariki, which is the Old Charlands area, or the Arboretum. They're quite a consistent area. Marsden Valley is actually quite challenging topography from the top of Jenkins Hill down. So this area does lend itself particularly to it. It would be a shared walking and cycling track, so it would be very sympathetically built to the environment. That's the nature of that trail. It would be good to walk down. It make great links across from Third House, Jenkins Hill down into Marsden, but it also relieved quite a lot of the pressure that's on involution at the moment. That's pretty much the only way down the hill. I do personally have concerns with it being a two-way shared walking and cycling track, and being the only track in that area servicing a growing need. There's probably some pressure needs that we need to face into. So it's just a small piece of the pie of sort of addressing some of those concerns.
And then I guess this is not directly related to this particular track, maybe more to the strategy, but a question around Marsden is there some, I guess, focus on developing trails in Marsden in the future now that it's going to become, permanently forested?
Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of that recreational opportunity sits with the Right Tree, Right Place sort of project, as far as I'm aware. So there's lots of things we could do there. I think we're just sort of on pause at the moment, just trying to work out what the bigger picture is, but having a sort of a recreational lens over how that plays out would be a real good opportunity we're hoping to get into.
Yeah, and through Nick, just to add to that, I think as part of the review of this in the coming year or so, that would be a focus as well, and just working with Right Tree, Right Place, just making those broader amendments to the network that are needed.
My further question was, is there any opportunity as a consequence of this trail to improve the tracks that we have available for some of the pest control work? That is, and there's a large number of volunteer groups that do fantastic work in these blocks. Is it fair for me to assume, as a consequence of constructing this track, it is going to give us another opportunity to put a trail of traps and controlling predators?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's almost. I think every track that we build, it encourages people to view how they can use it, whether it's for trapping or for pest management, whatever it might be. So I think that it's absolutely, yeah, and there's real strong trapping groups already through Marsden. So once we get into the detail, we'll probably just have a chat to those people as well and see how they can.
As I said, I think this is a bit of a no-brainer. Councillor Sanson has indicated she's happy to move. Is there a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Skinner. Is there any further questions, or Councillor Bench?
I see it's going to be built by hand. Are trees going to be cut out or dug up?
No, not well. I don't want to contradict myself. No, we do have pretty clear guidelines around what that might be from a shrubbery removal point of view. We have consents around that, but no significant tree will be removed, and every effort will be made to disturb any plant that has any value. It's pretty. You probably couldn't see from the image in there. It really does lend itself to not removing any vegetation as it is. It's a sort of regenerating bush area, so it's pretty open. It's already got a decent canopy, and any removal could actually just be weeds and pests to clear the way. Yeah.
I understand. I know the area well, and it's kept pretty clear by the deer underneath. So it will be a joint. The mountain biking club is going to build it, but are walkers allowed to use it?
Oh, yep, through the chair. Yeah, absolutely. So there's most of our trails are shared use unless they're dangerous not to be. And even when we do allocate them that way, you get a number of trail runners and walkers still continue to use them. I think that's a healthy environment. I don't think as long as it's safe to share, I think it's really positive that we do. And this trail in particular would be safe one to share. It'd be low speed, good visibility. And I'd imagine a lot of trail runners and walkers would like to use it, especially, like I say, to try and link up through the Third House and over the top of Jenkins Hill. So it'd be good. Yep.
Because it's quite the involution track. I used to walk there daily before it was built. Once it was built, I had to stop it. It was just straight out dangerous. Cyclists coming down it, who you either jumped out of the road or you got run over.
Bikers like Paul, probably.
Yeah. Through the chair. To be honest with you, though, that we haven't had any reports of accidents on there. I agree with you in it, but it does seem to manage itself well. There's always outliers, But I think with really good lines of sight and people just understanding it's a shared trail, they are pretty good at managing themselves. So it'd be just good to, I think it's good to encourage as many users as we can to use the facilities if possible.
Well, the involution track was dug with a digger though. So you've got a 2 metre batter, a 2 metre bench, and then 2 metres of fill over the side. It's much clearer to see. Yeah, okay. We come to the next bit. Thank you.
I assume you're fit enough for bike up this thing.
I ride an e-bike most of the time. If I'm going to the top of Marsden Hill, I'll be on the e-bike.
I think if I made it, I think if I made it compulsory for all councillors to bike up, if they wanted to vote for it, that we might lose the vote, so we won't go there. It looks pretty steep and challenging, and I'm happy to trail behind Councillor Sensen and Skinner as they show their skills.
Do it on the tandem.
Do it on the tandem, says, yes, I'll do it with you on the tandem as long as you're doing all the work. It's very challenging, and it's actually very exciting you're doing it. So good luck with the project. The motion's been moved and seconded. If there's not any further debate, I shall put it. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Thank you for your work, Paul. Now we come to the report, Rebecca and Nikki Harrison. I understand Nikki's stuck. No, Nikki is in absence.
Just on her own. There's my support if needed.
Rebecca, we're in your good hands in respect of the update report on the Library Community Hub Civic Centre Task Force.
Kia ora koutou. Through the chair, thank you. This is just a short noting report updating council on the work of the Civic House Library Task Force. I would welcome any questions.
I think it's a good report. This is a very large issue, and it's appropriate for us to just have a touch base of where we're up to, and it covers the issues well. Is there any questions from councillors on it? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So just in terms of we're noting the progress and timeframes for delivery of the current program of work. Just to be clear on what that is, the current program of work is those points outlined 3.41 through to 3.46. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is a subset of the wider program of work. So at this stage, we are working on the market sounding portion of the work, which will give us information which will feed into the detailed business case. And then after that, there would be consultation with the community proposed for February or March next year, council approval of the preferred option in around May next year. So 2026, May 2026, and then some concept design, and then detailed design work, and then construction based on the final outcome for council.
So just in terms of, unless I've missed it somewhere, in terms of what we're noting in this report today in terms of current timeframes for current delivery of work is 3.4.1 through to 3.4.6 being done prior to, reported to this to the task force prior to October.
That's correct. That'll be the piece of work that's completed prior to October.
Thank you.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Thank you, Rebecca, for your report, your updating report. I noticed here in 3.44, did you reference the appointment, was it 344, yes, that's right, appointing a development partner to work with council during the next phase of the site investigation and feasibility analysis. I thought we already had a partner identifying sites for us and doing a lot of work in that area. Is this over and above that particular person?
Happy for either Rebecca or the Chief Executive.
Just be careful, we're not in confidential. So look, we're working with 22, which is well known, and they're a very good partner of ours. And we are looking to work with another partner just to help us complete the business case. It's really important that the information we get for the public or for the elected members in the new triennium and for the public is as detailed as it needs to be, and we're going to be working with a partner to deliver that for us. Well, Councillor Corbett.
They would be working together, those two, or
absolutely 100%.
Both partners.
Both partners. Yeah.
Great. And primarily the second one on a business case, is it?
Correct. Supporting information to provide for us to work with 22 to produce the business case.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, I'm happy to move from the chair that we note the Civic House Library Task Force progress and timeframes for delivery of current program of work. Councillor Mel Courtney is happy to second to that. That is open for debate. That being the case, all those in favour of that noting, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary say no. No. I now move to the exclusion of the public for public items. It's my intention to take the resolution for the exclusion of public and then for us just to have a 10-minute, 5-minute, coffee break. I also note that we're rapidly approaching our 6-year extension.
Oh my goodness. You've just been looking at my body language, haven't you?
I'm gonna blame too many early mornings. 6 hours. I'm getting my hours and my years and my days mixed up.
Happy to move that we extend beyond
6 years.
6 years. 6 hours.
6 hours. Thanks, Rohan. Let's deal with that resolution first. All those in favour, please. Oh, I need somebody to second. Thank you, Councillor Courtney.
Pete's not here to say.
Pete's not here to say no. That's a good thing. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no. Carried. I'll move from the chair that we move into confidential business. Is there anybody who's happy to second that, please?
Yeah.
Thanks, the Deputy Mayor. That we move into confidential business for the reasons that set out the agenda. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, say no. Council will resume in confidential business at 5 minutes to 3, 2:55. Councillor adjourned.